We'll now call the City Council to order. It's 5:01 p.m. City Clerk, may I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Griffiths,
Here.
Councilmember Kaji,
Here.
Councilmember Kalani,
Present.
Councilmember Lewis,
Here.
Councilmember Matucci,
Here.
Councilmember Sheikh, Mayor Chen.
Present. The City Council will now recess to closed session to confer with the City Manager and City Attorney on agenda matters listed under 14A, Conference with Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation. 14B, Conference with Labor Negotiator. 14C, Public Employee Discipline / Dismissal / Release. 14D, Public Employee Performance Evaluation. And 14E, Real Property Conference with Real Property Negotiator. A closed session on these matters is authorized by California Government Code Section 54956.9D1, 54957.6, 54957, 54957B1, and 54956.8. We'll return after closed session. Thank you. Good evening. We have been in closed session. City Manager, do we have any actions to report?
Your Honor, I have no action to report, but the city attorney may have an announcement when he comes back.
Okay,
I didn't realize you had stepped out. Thank you.
got it. We'll do a redo. We've been in closed session. City Attorney, do we have anything to report?
Yes, Your Honor. Patrick Sullivan, City Attorney. On the item 10A, that's also concurrently 14C, the council, by a unanimous vote of those present, decided to uphold the vote, the decision of the Civil Service Commission for the termination of the employee. So the vote was the 6 council members that are here, and then Councilmember Shake was absent. So a vote of 6-0-1.
Thank you. We'll now reconvene our city council meeting. I'd like to welcome everyone joining us in the council chambers, along with everyone watching remotely. Item 2, we'll honor those who make it possible for us to be here today. If there's anyone in the audience who is on active duty or a military veteran, please stand or rise or raise your hand so that we may recognize you. Please remain standing and then rise, and Councilman Griffith will lead us in the flag salute, and Councilwoman Kalani in the invocation.
Please join me as we honor our flag and our country in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Dear Lord, as we gather today to address the matters of our city, let us take a moment to center ourselves in unity and goodwill. May we find strength in our shared commitment to integrity, compassion, and the betterment of our city. Guide this meeting to be a testament of collaboration and respect. As we navigate challenges, may our decisions be guided by wisdom and what is right. Unite us as we work together for a common good. We ask that you bring peace and comfort to all those in need and ask you to remember our dear colleague, Councilman Shake. Amen.
Thank you both. Item 3, I will take a motion to waive further reading of resolutions and ordinances after number and title.
Motion to waive further readings?
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Shake absent.
Thank you. Item 4, announcement of withdrawn, deferred, and or supplemental items.
Thank you, Your Honor. Autumn Chaparro and City Manager. We have oral communications, item 7. 9C from City Clerk, City Manager, and City Attorney, consider and give direction on potential city charter amendments. 9G, City Manager, consider and approve reinstatement of membership with the League of California Cities. And lastly, 9H from City Manager and Community Services, provide direction on LA Dodgers game date, approve purchase of 1,000 tickets, provide direction on add-on options, and authorize resale of tickets to Torrance community members. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Item 5, council committee meetings and announcements. The city is pleased to announce that we are now accepting applications from Torrance residents who serve on a new advisory committee for the World War II Internment Camp Wall Memorial that will be constructed at Columbia Park. Torrance residents who are registered owners are eligible to apply. We encourage residents who are representative of an organization specializing in Japanese American history or a resident who is active in the local Japanese American community to apply. The advisory committee will consult on the design, construction, and implementation of the new wall memorial. The application is available on the city's website under the city clerk's page at torranceca.gov/government/commissions with an S. Forms are also available to pick up from the office of the city clerk located at 3031 Torrance Boulevard, The application deadline is 5 p.m. on Monday, March 18th, 2024, with the goal of making appointments by early April. I'll make the second announcement on the Civic Center Master Plan study. I would like to remind the public that the city is embarking on a Torrance Civic Center Master Plan and Economic Feasibility Study. As part of this process, city staff has initiated a robust community engagement strategy to capture your insights. We are eager to hear your thoughts on the vision, priorities, and goals that should shape the Civic Center Master Plan. You can take the community survey online at torranceca.gov or get a physical copy at any city library branch or the One Stop Permit Center. Survey deadline has been extended to March 15th, 2024. Attendees of tonight's City Council meeting can find hard copies at the back of the chambers. If you have questions, please feel free to contact the City Manager's office at 310-618-5880 or send an email to landmanagement@torranceca.gov. The City Manager's office will be hosting a community open house this coming Thursday, February 29th at 6 p.m. at the Katie Geisler Library meeting room located at 3301 Torrance Boulevard. The purpose of this open house is to provide community with an opportunity to learn about the Civic Center Master Plan and provide staff with their input, ideas, and feedback. Your input is much appreciated to shape the future of our Civic Center campus. Thank you. Next item, Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. It gives me great pleasure to announce the first Pitch Torrance event will be held at the Toyota Meeting Hall at the Torrance Cultural Arts Center on Tuesday, March 19th from 2 to 5 p.m. Businesses interested in becoming a vendor for the City of Torrance can learn about the city process as well as meet the department representatives responsible for the purchasing of goods and services. Whether you have a product or a service that may meet a current need by the city or a solution for something we have not yet imagined, I encourage you to attend and learn more. For more information on the event and to reserve your spot with a city representative, go to torranceca.gov/pitch Torrance. Again, I'll repeat that. It's torranceca.gov/pitch Torrance. That's pitch with a P, by the way. Or contact the Office of Economic Development at 310-618-5807. Again, the number 310-618-5807. Thank you.
I'm sure everyone's confused. I use backslash, you use /, but it's not the same way. Someone to tell us which one is the right way. It's okay. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. The Employee Relations and Public Safety Committee will meet on Thursday, March 7th, 2024 at 4 o'clock p.m. in the Leroy J. Jackson Council Chamber to receive an update from the Torrance Fire Department on the following items. Torrance Fire Department's Community Risk Assessment Standards of Cover 2023, Commission on Fire Accreditation International, CFAI accreditation, Annual Quality Improvement Update Report for 2023, and SB 1205 Compliance Report for 2023. All members of the public are invited to attend the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. The Hollywood Riviera Sportsman's Club is planning to host their 48th annual Easter egg hunt for the Torrance community on March 30th at El Retiro Park. Unfortunately, the fees for renting the park have gone up, and now instead of the typical $70 to $80 that they've been requested to pay, their requirement is to pay a fee of $500 for use of the park. So with the concurrence of my colleagues, I would like to propose a subsidy of $500 for the Hollywood Riviera Sportsman's Club to cover the special events fee, which is more than what their budget allows, to provide this wonderful service that is for the kids of our community. In fact, some 30 years ago, my kids attended this event, and it's a fabulous event. This would be a great way to show the city's support as they've been serving the Torrance community since 1949. Do I have council concurrence? Thank
Actually,
you.
I was gonna say, give the subsidy of 500 minus what they were gonna pay, but if everyone goes for the full thing, I think
We
that's
can
fine.
discuss that detail at the agenda item.
Sure, when it comes up. So we got a 6-0,
Thank you.
okay. Deputy City Clerk Serta.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is a reminder to not forget to vote next Tuesday for the March 5th, 2024 general municipal election. Torrance residents in Districts 2, 4, and 6 will be voting for city council members. All residents will be voting for county, state, and federal offices. Early voting is available. For locations, visit levote.gov.
And next one, we have from Assistant Chief Miller.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Torrance Refining Company will be conducting their monthly test of the Community Alert Siren next Wednesday, March 6, 2024, at approximately 11:30 a.m. This is only a test. The monthly test is described as follows. A 1-minute chime, the all-clear chime, will precede and follow a 2-minute siren tone. Total testing will not exceed 5 minutes. It is important to note that the siren tone carries a greater distance and may be heard beyond the reach of the chimes. During a real emergency, when you hear sirens, the public is encouraged to shelter, shut, and listen. In home or outdoors, you need to go indoors, close all vents, windows, and doors, listen for instructions on local cable and radio. If you're driving, continue to drive, close windows and vents, turn your radio to 1620 AM City Sounds. Listen for the chime sound that will signal an all clear. For additional information, please contact the Torrance Refining Company Community Relations at 310-212-1852. We also encourage all community to sign up for Torrance Alerts. For more information regarding Torrance Alerts, please go to the City of Torrance webpage. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to item 6, community matters. Item 6A is recommendation of the city manager that city council appoint Ms. Kimberly Miller, Vice President of Human Resources for Bachem Americas Incorporated, to replace Mr. Michael Brink, former Vice President of Finance and Human Resources at Bachem, and serve on the South Bay Workforce Investment Board for a term of office ending June 30th, 2025. The South Bay Workforce Investment Board manages the federal funds distributed by the state that provide workforce development, employment, and training services for the community in the city of Torrance. At this time, I'd like to ask the council for council concurrence to approve Ms. Miller to represent the city of Torrance in a private sector seat on the South Bay Workforce Investment Board. Do I have concurrence? That's 6-0 and 1 absent. Thank you. Six B, this is a proclamation declaring March 7th through 14th, 2024 as California Arbor Week in the city of Torrance. I'd like to invite Mr. Luis Ochoa, Landscape Manager of the city of Torrance, join me at the podium for a special presentation. And once I get down, Councilman Kaji, you will start.
Whereas Arbor Day is celebrated nationally to encourage Americans to maintain and replenish our country's vast forests, orchards, and woodlands, and
Whereas in California, observance of Arbor Week begins on the birthday of Luther Burbank, a famed California horticulturist whose life's labor produced hundreds of plants and trees that have contributed to the natural splendor and food production in our state. And
whereas the city of Torrance's celebration of Arbor Week is demonstrated daily in its dedication to improving the appearance and quality of life in our community with the planting of trees. And
whereas the significant role trees have in sequestering atmospheric carbon and reducing energy consumption is vitally important toward attaining the state's greenhouse gas emission reduction goals. And
Whereas,
I'm sorry. and directly contributes to improving air quality by removing airborne particles. And a lot of ants.
whereas trees are valuable and attractive assets that contribute to property values and also enhance the aesthetic quality of life in urban communities, providing natural buffers for noise and ecological recreational resources for California's youth. And
Whereas trees protect and purify California's limited water resources through surface water runoff reduction and provide essential habitat for much of California's wildlife, including threatened and endangered species. Trees also play an important role in energy conservation through the provision of shade and humidity that affects the consumption of energy used to heat and cool buildings and homes. Now, therefore, I, George Chen, as mayor of the city of Torrance, California, do hereby proclaim March 7th through 14th, 2024 as California Arbor Week in the city of Torrance, and urge all citizens to observe and celebrate the week by planting trees for their own benefit and for the benefit of future generations. Signed this 27th day of February 2024. Mr. Ochoa, you have some words to share with us.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. City Council, thank you for your support and your continuous support for tree planting in Torrance. Last year, 600 trees were planted in parks, meetings, and parkways. We'll be holding a tree planting event to celebrate Arbor Week on Saturday, March 9th, from 9 to 11, at the Green Belt located on Madison and Candlewood Road. The Girl Scouts will again be participating, like in previous years, and also the local community around the Green Belt will be there. Everyone's welcome to join us. All we ask is that you bring your own gloves and let's plant some trees. And so thank you once again for all your support. If anyone has any questions or further information, please call Public Works at 310-781-6900. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Louis. We'll take a photo together. All right. And if you bring your own gloves, you should dress appropriately too, right?
Yes, we're going to sweat.
Right here. Put your hand up here. 3, 2, 1. All right. Thank you, Louis.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate all your help.
Okay. Item 6C, this is a proclamation declaring March 2024 as American Red Cross Month in the city of Torrance. And now I'd like to invite Andrea Riley, the Community Volunteer Liaison for the Long Beach Red Cross Chapter, and Isabella Verdadero and Ashwin Banipal, 2 students from South High School Red Cross Club, to join me at the podium for a special presentation. Councilman Kaji?
Thank you. Whereas more than 140 years ago, the American Red Cross was established as a humanitarian organization guided by 7 fundamental principles, including humanity, impartiality, and independence, to provide services to those in need regardless of race, religion, gender, sexual orientation, or citizenship status. And
Whereas every year the American Red Cross responds to an average of more than 70,000 disasters across the country, from small home fires to massive disasters. Last year's crisis included floods in atmospheric rivers in California, Typhoon Mawar in Guam, and the devastating wildfire in Hawaii. Thousands of Red Cross volunteers provided around-the-clock shelters for disaster victims, served and distributed millions of meals and relief items, and
Whereas the Red Cross has a long history of helping our neighbors in need, the Greater Long Beach and South Bay chapter assisted with 177 local disasters, serving 457 clients, including 103 children, just in the past year alone, and helped save lives through our home fire campaign. Last year, our local chapter worked with community partners to install 359 smoke alarms and educated 468 people. And
Whereas the American Red Cross shelters, feeds, and provides emotional support to victims of disasters, supplies about 40% of the nation's blood, teaches skills that save lives, provides international humanitarian aid, and supports military members and their families. And
Whereas March is Red Cross Month, a special time to recognize and thank the Red Cross volunteers and donors who give of their time and resources to help members of the community. We dedicate the month of March to all those who support the American Red Cross mission to prevent and alleviate human suffering in the face of emergencies. Our community depends on the Red Cross, which relies on its volunteers and its generosity of the public to perform its mission.
Now, therefore, I, George Chen, as Mayor of the City of Torrance, California, in recognition of the importance of volunteering, donating, and taking a class or giving blood, do hereby proclaim the month of March 2024 as American Red Cross Month in the City of Torrance, and urge all residents to show support to the Red Cross chapters in their area. Signed this 27th day of February 2024. Go ahead. Ms. Riley, do you have some words to share with us?
I do. Thank you, Mayor and council members. First, I would like to introduce our two representatives from the South High School American Red Cross.
My name is Ashwin. I'm a senior at South High School. First of all, before I begin, I'd like to say thank you to the council members here for having me today. When I started my Red Cross journey as a sophomore, it was simply a way to hang out with my friends during lunch. But as I learned more about the club, I truly fell in love with this organization. You know, the goals of this organization, learning about saving lives and participating in the blood drives we host. I never thought it would become such an integral part of my life. And here as a high school senior, I get to talk in front of my council, in front of my city's council. So all I can say is that I'm extremely grateful for the Red Cross organization for giving me these opportunities.
Hi everyone, I'm Isabella Verdadero. I'm a junior at South High School, and I'm the Blood Health and Safety Officer who manages the blood drives. First of all, I wanted to thank the Torrance City Council for welcoming us here tonight. Red Cross has been such an amazing experience in my life. It deepened my passion for the medical field by making new friends with our community, raised blood and health awareness, and especially saving lives through being a coordinator of the blood drives, club booths, and events. Knowing that I am able to bring a sense of hope, unity, and security to other communities around the world makes me feel grateful of everyone's contribution to this organization. Thank you to the Red Cross for all their incredible work and support in Torrance and around the world.
All right. You got some more?
Yes. So on behalf of our director, Amy Papageorgis, who couldn't be here tonight, she says to say thanks to the ongoing partnership of the City of Torrance and the Greater Long Beach and South Bay Chapter Red Cross. We assisted in 177 local disasters in 2023, serving 457 residents, including 103 children. Also, our chapter worked with community partners to install life-saving smoke alarms and ultimately reduce the number of fatalities due to home fires. Through the dedication and devotion of countless blood donors who reside in the city of Torrance, the American Red Cross is able to provide life-saving blood to 40% of our local hospitals, thanks to the residents of businesses who sponsor blood drives throughout the city of Torrance. You have helped us ensure the blood is available for patients who needed a blood transfusion. Thank you for helping us continue our mission to alleviate human suffering through the power of volunteers and the generosity of donors in the city of Torrance. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's have the students in the middle. How's that? You two get to hold this. Can you do it? Landscape. Moving on to oral communications number 1. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comment on items on the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. Under the Ralph M. Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, request clarification, or refer the item to staff. Speakers on orals are limited to either oral communications number 1 or oral communications number 2, and no longer than 1 minute per speaker. Time starts when you step up to the microphone. If presenting handout material to council, please provide 11 copies to the city clerk before speaking. It is now 7:03. City clerk, do we have any?
Yes, Your Honor. James Henry.
It is time for North Torrance girls softball on the girls softball fields at the Hamilton Adult School, 2606 West 182nd Street, North Torrance. Opening day's festivities started on Saturday, February 17th, to an overflowing crowd of supporters and admirers. The snack bar is great and cheap, has a Torrance Refinery Company sign on it thanking everyone for their support. Noticeably missing from the opening day festivities were Tom Brewer, Frank Scotto, Don Lee, Donna Duperin, President and CEO of the Torrance Chamber of Commerce, Pat Fury of the Torrance Education Foundation, his wife, Mrs. Pat Fury, the President of the Torrance Teachers Association, also known as the Teachers Union, and lastly...
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. City clerk.
Erica.
Hello. In 2017, Torrance PD Anthony Chavez killed Michael Lopez. A year later, that same Torrance PD officer, along with Matthew Concannon, killed Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. In 2021, Torrance officers were caught painting swastikas. Also in 2021, LA Times broke the testing scandal. In 2022, the Torrance PD were invested by California Attorney General. It goes on and on and on. There is a huge problem with the Torrance PD here. It is dangerous, and for 5 years we've been showing up asking for an independent civilian oversight commission, and I do not understand your resistance to this. If you think that the Torrance PD is above board and doing nothing wrong, then have...
Go ahead, next.
Gina.
All those facts that Erica just laid out for you, but it's the same request. Imagine that you have had trouble with the police. Imagine that you needed to go somewhere to ask your city for help because you've been harassed or stalked or oppressed or hurt or killed or targeted by the police. And this was the place that you had to come and do that. How is that fair? How is that right? How is Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's mother supposed to continue to come here and be in a room where there are police, right? We don't have a lot of police here tonight. What else is missing from the room here tonight? It's not lost on us how racist this city, this department, all of it is. And it's, again, like Erica said, it's a simple request, a civilian oversight commission. Most police departments have them now. Many police departments have them now. And this is the place where people should be going to air their grievances.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next person.
Mary Ann.
Ma'am, your time is up. You're disrupting the meeting. Ma'am, you're disrupting the meeting. Ma'am, you are now ejected from the city council building. You're ejected out of the building. Yes. Out of the building.
And to her point, right, with this hearing that you're having, right, at closed hearing after this meeting tonight about an officer, right, and your civil service committee, right, there's nothing accessible about that. That is inherently secret, right? There's no place where you are reporting out. There's no place where people can come and report to you about anything that might be germane to what you're discussing, right? And of course we understand that there's certain things that are behind closed doors, but there's still a community that you answer to, and that is inherently secret, inaccessible, not independent, and closed. We require an independent civilian oversight commission. Tomorrow, today, yesterday.
Thank you. Anyone else who has signed up already?
No, Your Honor, no one else has signed up.
Do anyone else wish to speak on public hearing orals number 1? You have 1 minute. Please come to the microphone.
Hello, this is Andy Porchop. I just want to report to you why you were hauling your asses all over America and the world. The past 3 weeks, I was so bored, I visited the Redondo Beach City Council meeting, and it's night and day. It's night and day. I don't know if they knew I'm coming, but they forgot to put up this. They forgot to put up this. I don't know if they forgot I'm coming. They let me go up to the podium. And they have a newer podium like this. It has a button. It goes up and down. So it came up so I could cover my crotch so Timmy Goodrich doesn't see it. But I could talk 3 minutes. Can you believe it? They let me talk 3 minutes. Of course, it's not Torrance. It's not the heart of the South Bay. You know, it's the dump of the South Bay where they treat citizens like shit.
Thank you, Redondo Beach. Anyone else who wishes to speak? I don't see any. I just want to check with our city attorney just for a moment that with regard to the session we had, the closed session, there was an opportunity before we went to the that allowed the public to speak, and no one came. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor. Before we go into closed session, we have a moment for the public to speak.
Sure.
There was no members of the public present. The hearings are allowed to be conducted in private due to employee privacy.
Okay. And unfortunately, the 3 people who are here left, and as the elected members of the council here, we are civilians, and we took action today, and you reported it out. But I wish they would have been here to hear it. So there we go. We'll go on to the consent calendar. Do any members of the council wish to pull any items listed under the consent calendar? If not, I'll take a motion to approve all items under the consent calendar.
Mayor?
Whoa, sorry. Councilman Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, 8B, please.
Okay, 8B. Any other item? If not, I'll take a motion to approve the consent calendar with exception of 8B.
Make a motion to approve the consent calendar for the exception of item 8B.
Second.
Start voting, please. That motion carries with Councilmember Shake absent.
Councilman Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. My only concern on 8B, which is a consideration for a free little library book sharing program. These are going to be put in according to the proposal here, these will be put in various city parks and other public places. I fully support it, but my concern is vandalism on these little libraries. I know of several that I've seen personally that have been vandalized severely, and I'm just curious how that's going to be handled and the cost associated with that.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I'm Heather Cousin. I'm the city librarian, and with me tonight is Mr. Lowell Hardison and Alexis Choi and Caitlin Kang. They are the two South High students who have proposed the Little Free Library project, and they are the ones who are spearheading it. They brought this project and the idea to the Library Commission and also to the Park and Rec Commission, both of whom approved it unanimously. To your point, Councilmember Griffiths, the city and the students will be working collaboratively to both install the Little Free Libraries and maintain them. The students have developed a whole project with also the construction of the boxes as well as maintaining them. And they can speak a little bit more directly to the concerns that you have. So I'm going to allow them to come forward and do that right now.
Thank you.
Hello. So first, to quickly address your question of maintenance. So, sorry. Hello, my name is Caitlin King. I'm one of the two people working on this project.
I'm Alexis Choi. We're both juniors from South High School, and we're working on the My Little Library project as part of our Seal of Civic Engagement project at South High.
So to quickly address your question of maintenance, so our plan during the course of our time here, as well as after we graduate, we plan to partner with our community. So that could be like Boy Scouts or local neighborhoods, our school clubs, book groups, and more to get them involved. To establish a system of checkup and maintenance to ensure that the libraries are in the best condition as possible.
We are also hoping to implement a system of stewardship for each library. So this would include people who live in the vicinity of the library. Of course, we are planning to hold regular checkups through school clubs and by ourselves as well. However, it's very helpful to have people living in the neighborhood who go by to the parks very often, who can give regular checkups and report back to us if there are any issues with vandalism, damaged property, tagging, anything like that. So we have already found stewards for example, Lagosego Park, and in the near future we'll be reaching out to other members of the community to find stewards for each park so that we can cover all the bases.
Great. Lowell?
Excuse me. Lowell Hardison. Actually, I maintain the existing library at Sir Maria Park. And when it comes to vandalism, yes, we have been hit twice. It's primarily tagging from some of the gangs outside. I use the city app. Take a picture of the graffiti on the restrooms and stuff and the library. Within 24 hours, the city comes out and completely takes care of it. So I'm really blessed that, we've got a city that really supports what we're doing.
I'm really thankful that you all thought about how to maintain these. Appreciate what you're doing for our city and beautifying and making it better for our community. And thank you all so much for your efforts, and I fully support the project.
Thank you very much, Councilman Griffith. I actually had the same concern, but I'm sure that at some point in the future, if it becomes a real issue, our staff will let us know and give us a recommendation. Go ahead.
I'd like to go ahead and make the motion to concur with the recommendation of the Community Service Director on this item.
I second it.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Shake absent.
Thank you very much. Thank you, students. Moving on to administrative matters. Item 9A from Public Works Director. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. I'm Beth Overstreet from Public Works. Item 9A is a recommendation to adopt a finding of categorical exemption under CEQA, approve the plans and specifications, appropriate $46,000 from the airport fund balance, and award a Public Works agreement to All American Asphalt of Corona, California, in the amount of $18,480,420, and authorize a 15% contingency for the construction of the residential and arterial pavement improvement project. This project provides scheduled repaving of asphalt roadways on both residential and arterial streets throughout the city, and miscellaneous curb gutter and sidewalk improvements. This year, the project will repave 5 million square feet of residential roadways located in both North and South Torrance neighborhoods. Additionally, this project will repave several arterial roadways, including Delamo Boulevard between Prairie Avenue and Prospect Avenue, Carson Street between Hawthorne Boulevard and Madrona Avenue, Fashion Way also between Hawthorne Boulevard and Madrona Avenue, Anza Avenue between Sepulveda Boulevard and Cali Mayor, Lameda Boulevard between Anza Avenue and Crenshaw Boulevard, and Madison Street between Lameda Boulevard and PCH. That's a lot. The 15% contingency is recommended in order to allow staff to quickly address any unforeseen conditions that are encountered as the work progresses. It will also provide the opportunity at the end of the project to include any additional street repairs that are needed, provided the work to be performed is consistent with the project scope of work. Funding for the project is available from the previously appropriated project funds for residential and arterial streets. For the new sidewalk improvements that are to be constructed in front of the Torrance Airport, that funding is available from the airport fund balance and is requested to be appropriated to the project as part of this item. Construction is anticipated to begin in May and continue through January of next year, with the holiday moratorium being observed on all arterial streets. Thank you, and I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. With the onslaught of the recent storm, I think all the residents was looking forward to getting these kind of projects started. Are there any comments or questions from the council?
Your Honor, if I may.
Sure.
Patrick Sullivan, City Attorney. Mr. Bill Azarian brought to my attention that one of the arterials being repaved in one of the residential areas is near Councilmember Matucci's residence. I believe that the arterials would qualify under the 25% of the general population, and I do think the arterials which are located behind him wouldn't have a dramatic impact on the value of his home. Obviously, it's up to him whether he'd like to participate or not. If he chooses, he could choose to abstain on this matter just because it is within the distance of his house. But again, I believe the arterial section would be considered used by the general population of Torrance and would fall into that exception.
Councilman Matucci.
Do I get a credit when the streets don't look good? No, I choose to vote on it since I really don't think there's a financial gain. Thank you.
Okay. Do any council members wish to speak on this item? Guess I'm getting too close to the mic also. I don't see any. Do any members of the public who wish to speak on this item?
Was this project open to a bidding process? And if so, who were bidding on this project, the names of them, and the amounts? Where can I find that information?
Your Honor.
There was three bidded, right? It was right in the report here.
I can answer that for.
Go ahead.
Sorry, not to take away your thunder.
Go ahead, Craig.
Just really quickly, in the item on page 2, it does list the 3 bidders. The project was publicly bid, which we do for all of our capital projects over a certain amount of money. All American Asphalt was the lowest bidder with $18,480,420 million. The other 2 bidders are listed there in the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the audience who wish to speak on this item?
This is Andy Porchop again. I'm very happy, we get our money back, what we spend at the gas pump. And but you're celebrating yourself, the money. This is come from the gas tax. And, you also put in $46,000 from the airport funds, $46,000 from the airport funds for a $21 million project. I give you a coder tonight. Anyway, so the only thing I don't like in this, you did like 3 years ago, my neighborhood, and Newton Street was paid for, but never finished, or never had done. And you won't believe it. Bringing in the sewer water, the treated sewer water, now those streets, what they did 3 years ago, they are torn up. They torn up. What?
Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public who wish to speak on this item? I don't see any. I'll take a motion to concur with the recommendation of the Public Works Director.
I make a motion to approve item 9A.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Shake absent.
Thank you. Item 9B from the Public Works Director. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. I am James Flanagan, an engineering manager with the Public Works Department. Item 9B is a recommendation of the Public Works Director that City Council approve a First Amendment to the Public Works Agreement with Vito Artukovic and Son, Inc., / Vidmar, Inc., a California joint venture of South El Monte, California, in the amount of $1 million for a new not to exceed amount of $15,832,149.85 to provide construction services for the Van Ness Water Wells Transmission Main I-145 and to extend the term for an additional 1-year period beginning April 12th, 2024 and ending April 11, 2025. The project is constructing a new 3.5-mile long water main pipe to connect the Border Avenue Reservoir just north of Plaza del Amo to 3 future well sites in North Torrance. The contract amendment effectively increases the contingency to 12% versus the original 5%. $750,000 will cover the identified costs associated with encountering unforeseen utilities and structures and disposal of contaminated soil. $250,000 will be available as contingency for the remainder of the project. Thank you, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Do any members of the council have comments or questions? I don't see any. Any members of the public wish to speak on this item?
Is the contractor the only person qualified to do the work on this project, or is there another contractor?
Looks like this is an amendment to an existing one.
Your Honor, thank you. Craig Belazarian, Public Works. So we're already under contract. The City Council had previously authorized this contract, so it was publicly bid. It would be inappropriate for another contractor to come in on this project to take any action. But there are other licensed contractors in the state that actually bid on the project.
Thank you. Any other members of the public wish to speak?
Hi, this is Andy Porchop again. I'm a little bit confused, we're talking about first $1 million, after we're talking about $50 million, where is it? So anyway, and these contractors, the last contractors I looked at, it was one of this asphalt. I mentioned it, they did not finish the job on Newton Street. And the other one, doing the 13 independent contractors, Mr. Shaparian hired for the fire station number 4, and it's not finished. It's not finished. So I don't know who hires these contractors and why do we need more and more and more money? $50 million for laying a little pipe, that sounds a little bit pricey to me. A little pricey, just a little bit. I yield my time.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public who wish to speak? I don't see any. I'll take a motion to concur with recommendation of the Public Works Director and approve the First Amendment to Public Works Agreement for the Van Ness Water Wells Transmission Main.
So move.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Shake absent.
Thank you. Item 9C from the City Clerk, City Manager, and City Attorney. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, Your Honor. Patrick Sullivan, City Attorney. This is a recommendation of the City Clerk, City Manager, and City Attorney that the City Council direct staff on public hearing dates for potential city charter amendments and direct staff for potential amendments to the city charter. Just as a quick background, there are two types of cities under California law: general law cities and charter cities. Charter cities are governed by a charter, which is approved by the voters, which operates as the city's constitution. Attached to this item as attachment A is item 9M from the meeting of December 20th, 2022. And it's very large attachments. That was done for the council and the public. Some of the important attachments to that there's information from the League of California Cities on the difference between general law cities and charter cities. There's a model city charter from the National Civic League and a charter city toolkit from the League of California Cities. In the item, we also have the Torrance City Charter, which is attached as attachment D. The charter was approved by electors of the city in 1946 and filed with the Secretary of State in 1947. Between the years of 1948 and 2020, the city charter has been amended over a dozen times. Also attached to this item are some cities that have either recently become charter cities or have amended their charter, and I've attached those charters for the council and the public to review for possible use of items they might want to put in our city charter. The city of Arcadia, Carson, Chula Vista, Newport Beach, and Pasadena are attached. If the council does want to amend the charter, prior to submitting the charter to a vote of the people, the city council must hold 2 public hearings. There are advertisement requirements, newspaper requirements, and public posting requirements. There have to be 30 days between the 2 required public hearings, although the city council can choose to have more. And then finally, after the second hearing or multiple hearings, there has to be 21 days after that last hearing before the city council chooses to add it to an agenda to decide whether to submit the charter amendments to the public. As a note, any charter amendment that proposes to alter any procedural or substantive protection, right, or benefit or employment status of any local government employee or retiree must go to a general election. That's why these are being proposed to go to the election on November 5th, 2024. On page 3 of the item, there's a potential timeline of events, assuming that the city council is handling the charter amendments themselves, and we're using the county deadline to submit 120 days prior to the election, which is different than the actual election code deadline of 88 days. If the council wanted to hold 3 hearings, on page 4 it lists the dates that staff would suggest: March 12th, April 23rd, and June 4th. Please note that if the city council does decide to do the 3rd hearing, then they would require a special meeting to be called on June 26th or afterwards. to meet that 21-day guideline of the 21 days that are required before you can submit it to the public. There is a historical section of the item on page 4 that lists the items that were considered by the council in July of 2019. So those are listed there on page 4 and onto the top of page 5. There's also some note about the election of 2020 where the voters passed Measure U, which gave the city council 60 days to fill a vacancy. The voters rejected Measure Q and J, which would have made the city clerk and the city treasurer appointed positions. Staff is also recommending making changes to the charter to make it gender neutral, since many of the terms suggest that only a man could hold a position as an elected official or an appointed official under our charter. And we also recommend updating titles and positions that are either have been changed or no longer are used. Please note that if the council does move forward, one of the suggestions was changes to the city manager and the city attorney and their positions. Due to the conflict that would create for me to advise on it, we would have to hire outside counsel, and I've already talked to a firm about that, if the council wants to proceed with that. And basically tonight, the council just needs to give direction if they'd like to pursue 3 hearings as suggested on page 4, and then how they would like to pursue the potential amendments. One thing, they could just limit it to the potential amendments that were considered in 2019. They could recommend additional changes, or because it's been so long since the charter was first adopted, the council may want to conduct a comprehensive review by looking at what other cities have done with their charter. Staff's available for any questions.
Thank you. Do any members of the council have any comments or questions that you'd like to make? Councilman Griffiths.
So would this be the time if we had some particular items that we wanted to potentially consider for charter amendments to bring those up? They're not already.
Yeah, you can bring them up now. You can bring them up on the 12th, but now if you'd like them to be brought back on the 12th would be the time to do it.
Yeah, and first I just want to start off by saying I'm fine with the dates for the hearings. Although most of the dates are moot for me, but personally, but several items that have been on and off discussed over the years that is not listed here in this item was the discussion of runoffs for any elected office where the winner does not achieve a margin of or a win of at least 50% plus one of the voters in their district. And this is especially important to me with the implementation of districts. For instance, if we had 5 people running for one seat in a council seat in a district, somebody could conceivably win a council seat with as little as 20% plus one of the vote, which in my mind is not a very strong endorsement of any particular candidate. So I think it's important that we have runoffs for all elected positions where there's only one winner, as long as in any case where no one has achieved at least a 50% of the vote. And my suggestion, and I'm certainly open to this because I know the cost of runoff elections is very high, I would like to see us make an exception to be able to do a city-run mail-in runoff election to save costs and help implement this in a expeditious and financially responsible way. The other item that is not clear it's on here is the issue we had with our previous treasurer that we weren't able to take any action about implementing any potential removal of office because our charter didn't provide for that. We've never fixed that problem. It's in there for all other elected officials except for the city treasurer. And I think we need, as long as we have an elected city treasurer, I think that needs to be fixed to prevent the problem that we had with our previous city treasurer. And the last item that I'd love to have some discussion on is having our elections for the city switch every 2 years from June to March seems very confusing, and I'd like to see if we can consider another method of choosing our election dates that are a little bit more routine and not subject to changes made by the state, which is what happens right now with our current election strategy, is that we follow what the state chooses to do for especially the primary. And one idea is to potentially move our elections to the same time as the school board. And potentially by combining our election with the school board election, it potentially would save costs for election costs. So those are a couple ideas I wanted to throw out there for consideration.
Thank you. Any other members of the council have some comments, questions, adding? With respect to the last item that Councilman Griffith mentioned, I know we discussed that before. What I guess if that's the case, we'll bring up to see what the pros and cons are. If we align up, that would be, I'm assuming you mean, it'll be June all the time, pretty much June and June. Is there actually savings when we're on our own as opposed to, jumping in with everyone else? Because it seems like when the county does the estimates to us,
yeah,
they divide it by how many participants. So if we have a smaller pool, it may actually go up.
Yeah, I'd like to obviously see a financial discussion on that to justify it.
Yeah, and then the 50 plus one, that's an interesting one. It's it's just like the cost of a special election. But might be interesting to see how much that might cost. I know when we did the appointment of my vacant seat back in last August, one of the reasons I made my decision was trying to avoid a special election.
And I was not advocating for a special election. I would advocate for a city-run mail-in special vote.
Right. I mean, we could define what the special election is. You're just defining it as a mail-in one. But it's still not zero cost. But yes, anyone else have something on their mind that we have not captured? I think we have a big list that the city attorney shared with us. I think before we come back and talk about do we want to do 3 hearings or 2 hearings, I think that's one of the desired outcome the staff is asking us. Or come back and see what the public say. That's what it looks like. I'm watching body language. I think the council wants to see what the public wants to say. So if that's the case, any members of the public wish to speak on this item? Oh, hold on. Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor. Regarding public hearings, I think the more the better to give the public as much access to and participation in the process as possible. Thank you.
Okay, so your suggestion is do up to 3 hearings. Okay. Going? All right. Anyone from the public wish to speak on this item?
Hello, everyone. This is Andy Porchap. I tried to read this item, on the internet, and it's only 890 pages, if I remember right. So I have a life, I have a wife to take care of. So, but, my feel on this thing, the city management tried to get rid of our elected officials. You know what I mean? Because there is not enough power in Mr. Shaparian's hand. You know what I mean? And people already voted on this shit. People said, we want elected officials. Why even bring this out? You know how I love Timmy? Timmy is my favorite slime, but people voted for him. I accept it. People voted for it. And that's what democracy. People voted for him. I expect him. I don't want RM Shaparian appoint somebody or you.
I won't respond. Go ahead.
I agree with Councilman Mike Griffin's comment about the city treasurer. There should be some restrictions or some qualifications, since the city council members are subjected to excused absences. I think the city treasurer should also be included in that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public who wish to speak on this item? Councilman Griffith, were you signaling that you want to make a comment, or? Okay, go. I mean,
No.
sorry, I was looking at you, and then Treasurer.
Thank you, Mayor. Tim Goodrich, City Treasurer. I just wanted to say that I concur with Councilmember Griffiths and the members of the audience. The items that have been raised so far are both items that the Treasurer's Office will be doing some research on, including surveys of other cities' charters to find a language that would be suitable for a charter amendment to address these outstanding items.
Thank you. I think most of us are on violent agreement. I don't think, it's an issue that concerns the city manager firing anyone. This is that all the elected positions have written language that says something about, if this is a cause for removal. And the only one that was missing, I believe, it was in the city treasurer's position. And we just want to, those are kind of cleanup we like to do. It wasn't an attack on anyone. Councilman Griffith, you got something to speak?
Yeah, I forgot one other item. I have a whole bunch of notes from all the years we've been talking about charter amendments. City Attorney, correct me if I'm wrong. I have a note that says the charter defines council seniority, and it might be in section 10.3, according to my notes, but I didn't look it up directly in the charter. With the advent of districts, the council seniority situation kind of changes because each district kind of votes their own, and so it's no longer a matter of when we have three people running for city council, and in that large election, the top three win. So the person with the most votes gets greatest seniority. The person with the second most votes gets the second seniority. And so now with district-based elections, we don't have that luxury of defining our seniority based on that. And so maybe the section on determining council seniority needs to be revised to reflect how we vote now with districts.
I'll look. I think that might be in the rules of order. If
Okay,
it says 10.3, but either way, we could look at that as well.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I think we're still in the public. Anyone else from the public wish to speak on this item? I don't see any. With what's shared, does anyone from the council have any other things you want to bring up? And I think if I'm correct, I'll go with city attorney. If we go with the three public hearings, should the first one that come up, if someone else has a new idea to come up that we should consider, I would assume it's not too late to add.
You could add it all the way up to the third hearing.
Great, and that's why we're doing the three, so that we have the
And it's
best
just the
opportunity.
last hearing is when you'd actually add whatever it is to the ballot.
Okay.
So there are three, then there's a fourth hearing then at the end to add it to the ballot.
Understand. Just so the public knows, and I think one of the persons said there's over 800 pages of attachment. It is correct. The binder we have is about this thick.
It's actually over 1,000.
Yeah, there's a lot of materials to go over, and situations have changed. When the last time we voted on the charter amendment, I believe it was March 2020, and we've also had experience with different different treasurers since then. So I think we have different information to help make our decisions, to do what's best for the city.
And if I could just address Councilmember Griffith's item, the seniority is in the council rules of order under 10.3, but we could bring that back later to revise as well.
All right. Does any member of council have anything else to add? Because if not, I will ask how the council wish to proceed. Sounds like we if there's a recommendation for X hearings, there's also maybe if it's three, we also have to determine which date for the third one. Is that correct?
The third one, actually, we have, it would just be that the last date to submit it, it would, the first date you could do it would be June 26th. That'd be essentially the fourth meeting. That's the one to add it to the ballot. But that would require a special meeting because that's considered a dark night to the council. So if council wants to do the third, they'd have to call a special meeting for that because that's been declared a dark night by the council already. So that's the only change.
Okay, let me make sure. If the public hearing one is March 12th, second one is April 23rd, and if the third one is June 4th,
right,
then we're okay.
Then you'd have to have the 21 days after that is when you can first have a hearing to add, an item to add it to the ballot and call the election. So that's the date of June 25th, which is it's currently a dark night, so there'd be a special meeting called for that night.
Okay. Maybe I'm trying to understand, what does the May 21st or the July 8th?
Those ones
Those
are
were two hearings.
That's only if you're going to do two hearings. Yeah.
Okay.
So if you're going to do three, or you could use, like I said, you could use July 8th, but that's also a special meeting because that's a Monday. If we're following the county. So if you wanted to keep it on a regular Tuesday, even though it's currently a dark night, staff would recommend the 25th.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, has staff looked at any other potential conferences or things that may be happening?
Mayor, we may be using the dark nights for chamber audio upgrades. This may require an alternate location to host the meeting.
Okay. All right, yeah, I was just checking, conflicting, someone's going to a, NLC or Cal Cities or whatever conference. But we'll deal with that. Because if we need to call an audible, that third date is still flexible as of now, right? Okay, how does the council wish to proceed?
Motion to move forward in scheduling the first three public hearings for March 12th, April 23rd, June 4th, potentially reserving June 25th for a fourth hearing if needed. Looking at the potential amendments suggested, adding Councilmember Griffith's additional amendments suggested. Is that good enough?
Did you want to look at the entire charter as a comprehensive review, or do you just want to look at certain items that have been suggested?
The entire charter as a comprehensive review.
I second that.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Shake absent.
Thank you. Going on to item 9D from the Finance Director. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Jason Ishiyama with the Finance Department. Item 9D is requesting your honorable body to discuss and provide direction regarding the third-party review of financial processes. As you may recall from the November 13th, 2023 meeting, Councilmember Kaji, with the concurrence of the City Council, requested staff to research the scope, pricing, and options for a third-party look-back review regarding the financial conditions experienced in FY 1920, the causes and improvement recommendations. In response, staff issued an RFP to accounting and consulting firms. We were able to confirm that firms can perform the review of this nature, and we received 6 proposals. The general process of a review would include 1, a planning phase, defining the work plan, 2, field work phase, conducting interviews and financial analysis, and 3, final reporting phase, a written report and presenting findings to the City Council. These proposals received ranged in cost from $21,600 to $413,000. These costs do not include travel or staff time that will be allocated to this effort. This third-party review is not a budgeted activity in the current fiscal year. and as such, potential funding for this work will need to be sourced from general fund savings. At this time, we request your honorable body to provide direction on whether to proceed with the procurement of a third-party review or direct staff to take no action. I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Do any members of the council wish to speak or have questions on this item? Councilman Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to put in my comments for whatever that's worth. You know, obviously the situation we were in several years ago with our reserve balances at an all-time low, that was a situation obviously we don't want to repeat. And one of the major things that's changed since all that is that both the finance director and the city manager, both of which were very responsible for these situations, have changed since that time. And I have great faith in our new leadership in those positions currently, and I believe that the situation is under control. We are obviously being much more diligent about reviewing the situation that in an effort to make sure that that doesn't happen again. And I'm not sure that spending money to go back and look at what happened in the past is worth the expenditure at this time. And those are my comments.
Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor. I too concur with Councilmember Griffith's comments about our current city management. And I do have faith that over the last year and a half, going on 2 years that I've been on the council, that we are transparently reporting out to the public as to our current standing financially. However, I do believe it's important if we want to fully understand what transpired over the previous years, so that we no longer have any chance of stepping into the same traps or snares that happened before, that we do rely on a third-party forensic audit to ensure that that never happens again. I believe that until we do open up the books and we do identify any potential issues that we did experience as a city that were aside from the impacts of the COVID pandemic, the cyber attack on the city, and many of these other issues that came up during the course of that 10-year period, our citizens won't exactly know exactly how we got to a point where our reserves dropped to below $600,000. So I think at this point, while we've had interest from 6 proposers, and those proposals have come in at various price points, I do believe it would be worthwhile for us to invest the money to do that look back, because once we do that, then we can settle this matter and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the council have any comments or questions? Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you. And this is probably going to be either for the city manager or finance director. My understanding was there were a series of successive events that got us here. So one of those was the refinery incident. Is that correct? And then I think next was the cyber attack, and then of course the pandemic that disseminated most of the city's sales tax base. And between those 3 incidences significantly drained our reserves and our budget. Am I on the correct?
Yes, Councilor,
track?
and if I may, I think you all make very valid points, and this is not a reflection of any past leadership or any of the decisions. So just to set the record straight, there were several things that happened, excuse me, as mentioned. Testing? Okay, thank you. We did have the COVID and the cyber. However, there were also over the years, we dealt with the refinery incident in 2017. Prior to that, we also relied on reserves for the economic anomaly due to the renovation of the Delamo Fashion Center when that was taken offline. We also experienced PERS rate fluctuations, which council Unlike other cities, when it was passed on to the employees, as part of our budget process, those costs were absorbed in the city to limit the adverse impacts to employees. We also had budget fluctuations since we've been heavily reliant on sales tax as our major revenue source, as well as multi-year contract commitments that go back to the first Great Recession. What started in the Great Recession as far as our budget reductions carried through us for over a decade. And then it was compounded by everything we experienced with the COVID as well as the cyber incident. So those were the circumstances leading to the challenges, getting to the $580 some $1,000 unrestricted reserve. But as Councilman Kaji and Councilman Griffith said, we've taken great measures to ensure that we place a heavy emphasis on rebuilding our reserves, what is known as a rainy day fund, with full transparency to the extent possible. Also letting, as I shared in the past with council, most of what we do is based on projections with data that's known. There are circumstances beyond our control, but even for those circumstances, we're building out, given those past experiences, trying to avoid that at all costs, building out a 10-year budget outlay, and then going back and making adjustments as necessary in order to avoid being in a position where we have depleted our reserves.
And does that 10-year budget outlay also include projections for our current PERS debt that we have?
We take in more considered. I'll turn over to our finance director. We do take a conservative approach to the PERS investment returns. They're currently at 6.8. We actually budget for 6.2, notwithstanding any major fluctuations that we experienced back in 2008 when they lost 23%, compounded with the 7, it was almost 30-some% impact. It's hard to crawl out. And we've taken effort since then with the lease revenue bond issuance to refinance our debt in order to balance the budget. So it's an accumulation of history, and I think that's one of the reasons, given the magnitude, the cost came in so high. And we also adopt all the latest government finance accounting standards to ensure that we are following industry practices when it comes to our budgeting efforts.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that when we were doing the projections, that we are looking at our current PERS debt as well.
Yes, Sheila?
Yes, that's correct. City Manager Barton covered it fairly well. And just to add to that, every year when we get the CalPERS returns rates, we run it through the model. As Mr. Shaparian had mentioned, we use an even more conservative assumption than CalPERS does, which actually fared well for us this last couple of years when they had experienced in one year significant loss and in another year where they did not meet that assumption. So using a more conservative approach as we have has allowed us to give us some buffer so that what we had currently planned didn't put us in a position where in our long-term projections put us in a place where we had thought, oh, we can't afford these, let's say, existing contracts that we've already committed to. Additionally, we did have opened in fiscal 21, I believe, the Section 115 SEPT pension trust. So between this year and next year, we are making significant contributions to that account while our unfunded liability payments during these years are much lower now, knowing that they'll be significantly increasing up to 35 million in the later years, allowing us to kind of smooth those payments so we're not seeing huge spikes in our cash flows in the long term.
If I may add one more point. In the past, historically, we've maintained a low reserve balance. There's a philosophical approach to, if you have a large rainy day fund, that's funding you're not investing in roads and streets and trees. However, given that we've gone through two major calamities in the last four, in Torrance is very unique. I think it's safe to say adopting the 3 to 6 month reserve philosophy is prudent for us to be able to avoid major swings. But that's, again, subject to council policy, and I believe having that cushion will help us alleviate any future slowdown effects, which are likely to happen. That's why I think we have enough experience and also based on standards, recent standards, to be able to build that cushion for us.
Okay, perfect. I mean, these were sentinel events that we anticipate will not occur again, so I can understand the drawdown of that much money. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just want to ask a quick clarification. In the staff notes, the year that we went to 581K ish, that was a fiscal year 2019 and 2020, which means that fiscal year ended June 30th, 2020.
That's
so
correct.
It's most of it is really pre any of the pandemic that a lot of us were discussing. And I think if I understand Councilman Kaji correctly, is we understand if you start adding, the pandemic and what we're doing now, when we're not currently doing the third-party independent analysis right now, live in front of everyone, and that's what I think you're really asking. How did we get to 581K? What was the policy of the reserve at the time? If you go back to see what our budget was and what's 581K, you could say, what is that percentage then, right? Is it
10% was our historical.
And then is 581K 10%?
No.
I think that's the point.
But we had experience. I think
right.
if our assistant, deputy city manager can chime in as far as what the 1920 impact was. Just to give you background.
Yeah. Like I said, this is not the analysis. Otherwise, he wouldn't bring it up, I guess.
But it is part of your deliberation, so we want to give you all the information you want to have.
Go ahead.
Ian Daly, Deputy City Manager, just to add some additional context. So for fiscal year 2019-20, because of the COVID-19 pandemic and the cyber incident that year, that depleted the unassigned fund balance by $18.5 million. So it's a direct, significant impact in that specific fiscal year to the reserve balance of the general fund. And that's really a primary driver as to why it was depleted to near zero and well below the previous 10% reserve rate that Aram just mentioned. Thank you.
Okay. So you're saying that within the 6-month fiscal year, we depleted roughly 18 million?
That's correct.
So okay. All right. And I thought someone clicked in. Anyone else from the council wish to speak? All right. Let's go to the public. Anyone from the public wish to speak on this item?
Yeah, this is Andy Porchap. I just want to remind the city manager and all of you, this is not a hearing. This is about 9D. If you should hire a third-party independent audit, not explaining his failure, not explaining his not explaining his failure. He failed the city, just like Leroy Jackson, just like Chow. You elected chosen people. He was taught by Leroy Jackson. He does the same shit as Leroy Jackson. Poison, mother worked here. That's how she got her job. That's why we need an independent audit. Then you turn this into a public hearing. 9D. Read 9D, Mr. Mayor. You were off the subject for 50 minutes. You know all the shit.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Yes, this is not a public hearing. I think some of the members just want to understand, should we invest whether 21K or 400K. I think that's helping us making that decision. I appreciate your input and your passion, sir. Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak? I'm surprised. I thought we would get more public hearing, public comments on this one, but that's okay. I understand all the views here just now. That's why I was trying to thread the needle here. Did you want to say something, sir, or? Okay. Then I will stop my comment here while you're walking. But I think
is there a specific time period where this audit will take place? Like a ending point or the beginning point? Because the present is the present, the past is the past. When is the past? When will it start the past?
Yeah, I think that's what I was trying to do, Mr. Henry. Because really, this is trying to determine what are potential actions that I'm going to say, collective we in general, took or didn't take that led to the 581K. And, we all have the right, do our best to try to explain what that is. But I think the context is up to fiscal year 2019, 2020.
Mayor,
Go ahead.
if I,
Sure.
sorry, the request from Councilman Kaji and the request for proposals specified a look back to fiscal year 2014.
All right, all the way back.
Yeah, from
Okay.
2014 through 2020,
Okay.
or 2021.
Right. Okay, 2014 up to the 581K fiscal year.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. I think hopefully that answered your question, because that would be the only thing that probably makes sense. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a question for staff. The range and analysis is based on how in depth we go as far as the researcher?
From what we understand, Councilman, the range really depended on the type and the size of the firm. So we had found that, let me make sure that I have the number of proposals correctly. There were essentially kinds of groups of proposals. The first three that ranged between $132 per hour to $193 per hour were generally the smaller to mid-size firms. I would also note that the lowest scoring one was this proposal that was submitted by our existing current financial statement auditors. They had probably quoted the lowest number of hours because they have audited our city for the last 3 years now. So realistically, they would be spending the least amount of time, likely, which is why that seems to be so low. The top two, the $360,000 and the $413,000, were those received from what's considered the Big Four, the larger audit firms. Their hourly rates generally range from $492 to $587. I know. So we found
Sir,
really that was the biggest
can you be quiet, because you're causing a distraction back there. Yeah. We're trying to listen here. Go ahead and try to understand, but just be quiet, please. Sir, you're disrupting our meeting. I just asked you to be quiet. Go ahead, Sheila.
No, that was all. The scope is the same.
Yeah. So the way I understand it, I had talked to Jason earlier, that the scope is the same. For example, the firm that already knows that audits our finance department every year, knows how we crunch the numbers, knows the accuracy of how we do our job. So the analysis would be asking a lot of some of the actions or non-actions we've taken, decisions made based on, some of it could be some of the dialogue that happened between Councilman Lewis and the staff, could be some of that. The other firms who are high dollar firms, dollars per hour, they may not know how we do the number crunching, so we may be paying them big bucks per hour in the first period just to learn how we do our business accounting. So we have to pay for them while they're learning how we crunch our numbers. So the lowest one already knows. So the analysis would be going right down to what I think Councilman Kaji is asking, as opposed to how do you add your numbers? Am I correct?
Yes, it's a combination of that as well. In speaking of, I guess in regards of our lowest proposer, I think it comes down to the number of hours they'll be spending doing the analysis, because they already, like you mentioned, understand our financials. So it's a combination of number of hours spent and the rates that they're charging.
Right. Very good.
But it would be a combination of not just an audit, like it's not a traditional audit as you would think, where they're taking samples and looking at invoices. It would be much more of a, I would say, a financial analysis. Because they would be relying on our already audited financials, but then they would also be interviewing staff and reviewing the processes that existed in 2014 all the way to what process
Sure.
when it changed and how it changed over time.
Yeah,
so it's
for
a little bit of
example-
an internal audit as well.
Right. For example, every year, your team comes up with a budget review for the council, and we approve or we make edits. I imagine that it may go through a few years of when it came up to the council, and then the staff said, this is put before you, and the council looked at it and say yes, and did not know, they'd say yes to this. Those would be shown, but it may be a lot of that, because since I've been here, I know every year we get a book to review, and the elected officials have to approve it. And then maybe it's a lessons learned for us also.
Mayor,
Right.
if I may, I think our unfunded, unrestricted fund balance was always there. It was reflected on CAFR. It may not have been explicitly made as we have now. We've called out our $500,000. You saw, I mean, earlier today we showed how it floats through to the 20 million, 40 million, now 75 million. We've gone lessons learned, again, not to quarterback, but looking ahead to make sure that we full disclosure to the extent possible, because I don't want my future city managers or present company included to ever be questioned in a similar setting. So it wasn't a matter of any sort of misguidance, because councils, to be able to do this, one thing I would recommend is we don't go with the low 21,000. If we're going to do a forensic audit, then spend the money, well, that's a decision by council, and bring in whichever firms, the top firms, to go through our books and tell us if we did err, which, again, having done initial reviews in this matter, my opinion is it was a methodology. It was drawing down on our carryover funding without knowing we had an inclination as an organization. The sales tax wasn't, we're drawing more from our fund balance, and sales tax was starting to go flat. I think that's been shared before with your honorable body. But as far as lessons learned, I think we've done that. And if we are going to do an audit, let's do a full-on audit and hopefully put this issue to bed once and for all.
Yeah, I understand.
That was my recommendation.
I mean, actually, I agree, even though I don't think the full-on audit is the near 400K one, because I think, based on what I understand since I've been here, sometimes it's also us learning the terminology up here. I think we have the responsibility to read the reports and ask the questions, and that might just be a lessons learned when we do the analysis. Sometimes it goes both ways. I think the way I see the analysis is not a challenging or poking one in the eye on staff. I think it's both. It's everybody here. We're on one team trying to make sure, if this data is presented this way, maybe one day elected officials will understand better. If it was presented a different way, those could be a lessons learned. So I'm actually leaning forward to an independent analysis, put it to bed, but I'm leaning toward a team that already understands that we already crunch our numbers accurately, but it could be a analysis that just that talks about how we read the reports. It could be as simple as that, how decisions were made, and that's sort of where I'm thinking, because a lot of time, it's just like we have open concurrence. Can we subsidize this? Can we subsidize that? So if we subsidize everything, then it goes on. Right?
We could bring municipal finance experts to have an open public workshop and give council the framework of what you're looking for as far as a step out. The scope, when we talk forensic, that entails a deep, thorough analysis. And I think that's why the numbers are what the numbers are. If it's a matter of us adopting government standards, we've been able to achieve government standard audits every year.
Yeah.
Even
I
the
don't think
years
it's
in
that.
question.
Yeah, I don't think it's that.
Yeah. So if you need again, us to bring additional support to the council and the community, or to bring municipal finance, third parties outside of any of our vendors to say if our methodology is consistent with what our industry practices are, pre-audit, that's something else for council consideration.
All right, Councilwoman Lewis.
May I
Oh.
continue? I'm sorry, Mayor. If I am, just may continue, my position on this is to, no, sorry. We kind of got sidetracked. I do believe that, both for transparency and also for self-improvement as a city, I think it would be wise to have a deeper look, not necessarily what we did wrong, but maybe what we did right. You know, I mean, just because we look deeper and go back to 2014, I think there's always room for improvement. I don't think we're here to, at least I'm not here to point any fingers at anybody. I want to find out if there's room for improvement that we may have missed. I think the $21,000 contractor would be ideal because they already know us. I don't think we should punish a vendor just because they have a lot of the information up front. But I think with specific, guidelines of what they might be looking for, they might uncover stuff that we did great and some things that we need to improve. And I don't think it's a big enough investment to where we have to, think about it too hard. I would be in favor of doing the $21,000 dive with the existing the existing vendor that we've been using, with the idea though that they actually do a deep dive and not just kind of use the same reports that they already have. We've already seen those, So, thank you.
Need to score each vendor with the criteria that was established in the RFP. So that includes the proposal strength qualification. So it's not just cost that we will be assessing to select a vendor. I just want to make sure that's clear.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I just don't want to spend $400,000.
Okay.
Understood.
Thank you. Councilwoman Lewis.
My question is, have we always had the same auditor going back to 2014, or would this be a case of this auditor actually auditing themselves, I guess?
This auditor has audited our financial statements for the last 3 years. So 3 years ago, we did a formal RFP, and we actually changed auditors.
Okay, so essentially they would be auditing their own work.
They would be if for the most recent current years, which is out of scope.
Okay, so not for the scope of it.
Yeah, they'll be reviewing the previous audit.
Yeah. Fiscal 21 and forward is when they audit us, so they'd be looking at the prior auditors.
Okay, I just want to make sure they're not actually duplicating work. And I agree with Councilmember Matucci on the cost. I don't think we can justify a $400,000 auditing expense.
Understood.
Thanks.
Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you. I kept having questions, they'd get answered. I believe in moving forward in a positive fashion. I appreciate the transparency that's been happening over the last several years. Thank you very much. I know that's a lot of work and a lot of effort, and I appreciate it. I would be willing to have a high-level oversight for a low cost from the existing auditors to start and get some feedback, but I would also like to see these proposals scored and what do you get for 21,000 versus 400,000? I mean, it's such a big difference. I mean, I've heard your explanation, but it's just a huge difference.
I'll also add, council member, if council does approve this tonight, staff would move forward with the typical contract award process. We would be interviewing the firms to make sure they have an understanding of the process. We would be assessing them based on what Mr. Nishiyama had mentioned, the strength of their proposal, the qualifications, and the pricing as well. So based on the point system here. So we have taken your points considering the price. We will consider that as well, but if we feel that there is one firm in particular that will give us a higher quality product and present to city council and management what the council is looking for, we would award based on that more than we would just on price.
Would you award it before coming back to us again?
I wouldn't recommend that. I would ask that
Okay.
we bring it back to
Yeah,
our body.
yeah, otherwise, this is almost like one of the questions that led up to how we got here, right?
Yeah, thank you, and that would be what I would ask. I mean, everyone up here I know wants to be financially responsible, and I think that's what this is all about. And I do want to be respectful for the good recommendation of Councilman Kaji, but I also trust in our system, especially now. So if we could just get a high-level overview and understand what we get for $21,000, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments or questions? I have a motion coming in. Okay, Councilman Griffith, you have a motion.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I want to try to make this as simple as possible. I really don't think there's any accounting issues or errors. I think the issues and concerns were related to decision-making, communication, and procedures problems, which I think we've addressed. And so that's why I wanted to make the motion to accept and file, and that's my motion.
Do we have a second? Okay, that motion does not go forward. Do we have an alternate motion?
I would like to make a motion to at least bring back the process of knowing what the bids look like, score them, and also understand what we're actually trying to answer as far as the process, and look for getting a high-level overview for a low cost.
I second that.
Just a point of clarification. In essence, this is not a forensic audit then. This is just a high-level overview of our methodology of our financial statements.
I would like to see that as a first step,
Okay.
personally.
Let's
Just-
get
just so-
clarification, Councilman Kaji. Maybe it's one of those wordsmithing that we're not, there's one definition of forensic audit, and one is we want to know how we got to the 581K. So, right? So what does it take to find out how we got to the
That's right, Mayor.
581K, right? I think. Councilman Kaji, help us out.
I was going to ask Councilwoman Kalani for clarification on her motion.
Sure.
So you're suggesting that as a first step?
Correct. And we might get our questions answered.
Okay, so this is short of moving forward with having staff review the proposals, come up with a scoring matrix, and then reporting back to the council.
That's what we're asking them to do.
Yeah.
Score the matrix.
We could do that, and then give you part of the proposals would show the depth of what they consider to provide data that council's seeking, and you can make a decision based on that.
Correct.
Jason, is that right?
Yeah, I think we could make that, I guess, amendment to the original RFP, which we did indicate a complete look back over a 10-year period. We did indicate that in the original RFP. But if the council wishes to do a limited scope of that initially.
May I jump in here? Let me
Oh.
see. Councilman Kaji, I'm going to attempt to really simplify. At the end of the bottom line is, I think when you use the term forensic audit, is what are the actions, decisions, steps that were occurred between 2014 to end of fiscal year 2020 that led to the point where the city was down to 581K and listed fourth from the bottom from the California State Auditors. So regardless if we use the word forensic or not, it's how do we get there?
Mayor,
Right.
if I could make an attempt to clarify what this request was. I don't believe we will need an amendment to the request for proposal. When we did initial meetings with the proposal, so when we had put out the first proposal, we had also held what we'd call like a pre-conference meeting, so that the firms understood exactly what the city was requesting for services, so that the prices reflected the cost for the same work product. Understanding that this is now even proven to be slightly confusing. Calling it a forensic review versus a forensic audit is semantics, but at the same time, it's a very important distinction, because to the firms, a forensic audit it really can only be done if there is some sort of actual almost fraudulent intent and an actual finding that something had occurred, in which they would do a deep dive and do actual reviews of transactions that have occurred in each one of these years. When we had that discussion with them, if that was really the city's intent, the cost of these proposals would be more than double, triple, because it's just a different nature of the type of the audit. From our understanding with Councilman Kaji, what we're looking for really is what were the city's processes back in 2014 throughout this whole period, and now in really more of governance. So how are budget amendments approved? How, did actual changes to budget go to the city manager for approval, the department head, or the council, depending on the thresholds? What was communicated to the finance committee and council? What was the content? So there's this level of governance and review of our processes. And then next to that is also an actual financial review. So they would go back and look at our audited financials and identify, was the city spending more than, spending more than was coming in? Where was excessive spending occurring? That type of financial review. So that's that review is what the RFP is based on. So staff would, if Councilman Kaji could clarify if that's what council and he was looking for, then we are on the right path of awarding a contract if that's what council wants to do.
Yeah, thank you for the clarification, and that is, the direction of this. And I think the term forensics connotes a more serious, deeper dive to uncover fraud or malfeasance or any number of more serious concerns. However, when you say, take a look from above and look down, that's really what the intent of this is. Because if we can take a look back at a critical moment in the history of the city, when the city and the economy and the world was being whipsawed by any number of impacts, both pandemic, both economic, cyber attacks, you name it, and the city has now come out of it to the point where we're at. Is there a way that we can improve on what actually happened? And I think this goes on in business, this goes on in academia, in scientific research. We have to look back. We have to have a clear understanding of exactly what happened. So if it does happen next year, we'll have a better roadmap to follow. So I would go forward with this motion. Councilman Kalani, thank you.
So it's clear, it sounds like.
Yes, I believe the scope is clear, and that's what's included in this proposal. What I would like to clarify is whether or not when we do come back, would it be a recommendation to award a contract? Or would it just be results of what our interviews were?
It sounds like to me that it would be awarding the contract.
I would recommend, Sheila, Ms. Poisson, we bring back the proposals with the scope, and then give council some opportunity to weigh in, because what may come back may be a $300,000-400,000 award. Granted, we can make a recommendation, you can deny or
Right.
approved. So it's a matter of,
Exactly.
at that time, you'll have the opportunity. I think we have enough direction.
Yeah.
The staff's done a great job in, initially, we're struggling finding the vendors, but then realizing the scope, I think we can bring back the award, and you can
Understand.
determine if it's.
Yeah, that's what I was
if
trying
it's
to
the scope you were
clarify.
looking for, if it's the budget that you want to allocate.
Okay, we will have a second bite at this to see how far we want to proceed. Okay.
Start voting,
Councilman-
please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Griffiths voting no and Councilmember Shake absent.
Thank you. So we're on item 9. I gotta flip a page here. 9E, from the city managers, their staff presentation.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Ian Daly with the City Manager's Office. Item 9E is before you tonight, seeking council approval to adopt a resolution pursuant to a Memorandum of Understanding, or an MOU, for the Torrance Police Officers Association, or TPOA, for the period of January 1, 2024 through December 31st, 2025. TPOA's previous MOU was adopted on July 16, 2019, covering the period July 1, 2019 through December 31st, 2023. With the term of the MOU coming to an end, representatives of the city and TPOA participated in the meet and confer process over several meetings, with the successor MOU before you tonight the result of those efforts. The TPOA membership has also voted in favor of the proposed agreement. I'd like to take a moment to thank members of the city's labor relations team, which was a cross-departmental effort, including Assistant Chief Bob Dunn and Jane Chung from the Police Department, Hediye Kajavi and Kelsey Alonso from the Human Resources Department, Jamie Lay from the City Manager's Office, and last but certainly not least, Tasha Strader from the City Attorney's Office for expedited review of the MOU. Additionally, I'd like to extend my thanks to the TPOA bargaining team for the successful outcome and the resulting MOU for Council's approval tonight. Without the collective effort of all, we would not be here tonight seeking approval. To summarize the highlights, in the first year, the MOU sets step 1, 4.5% above TPOA's current salary grid, and establishes a new 10-step salary grid structure for the police officers and a 6-step grid structure for police sergeants with annual step increases. Additionally, it rolls a 6% premium paid to police sergeants into this new base salary grid. Further, it discontinues the double time overtime pilot program and includes additional premiums in the base 1.5 overtime rate. Finally, there's an increase to the city's health insurance contribution to help offset the rate increases in 2024, as well as an increase to the city's annual retiree stipend. In year 2, there's an increase of 4% to the salary grids that were established in year 1. And finally, to note, there's 4 continued discussion items that staff will engage with TPOA leadership following approval of the MOU. In conclusion, staff seeks City Council approval to adopt a resolution pursuant to an MOU for TPOA for the next 2 years, and staff's available for any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, staff and TPOA and everyone involved. I think collectively, I think you all did a great job to making sure that those who work in the city is getting a fair reward as well. Any members of the council wish to speak? I have to go to the public first. Any members of the public wish to speak on this item?
Hi, this is Andy Porchop. I just speak so you don't have the feeling that nobody gives a shit. You always talk about it, you know, the budget, the future, the CalPERS, and, you know, the $600 million unfunded reliability and unfunded pension, you know, $600 million. And besides that, I tried to study this last night. You know, it said on the internet, available, material available later or whatever. But this is a nice thing, you know, by you saying we don't have money, you giving these raises, well-deserved, I'm guaranteed that that's well-deserved. And the people have to pay more fees, more taxes, and more everything, and getting less and less services. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public who wish to speak? None? How does the council wish to proceed? I think, do I have to ask for a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor. This is resolution number 2024-08, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, setting forth hours, wages, and working conditions for employees represented by the Torrance Police Officers Association, TPOA, and repealing resolution number 2019-80.
Move to adopt resolution 2024-08.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Shake absent.
Thank you. Item 9F from the city manager. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Ian Daly again with the City Manager's Office. Item 9F before you tonight seeks City Council approval to adopt a resolution amending Resolution 2023-06 for police trainees regarding pay ranges and health insurance contributions. With the approval of the TPOA MOU that just took place, staff's recommending an amendment to this resolution covering the police trainees. This action typically takes place after the approval of for example, the TPOA MOU, and this amendment seeks to remove a sentence tying the police trainee to step 1 of police officer to create a salary increase opportunity upon promotion, as well as the same health insurance increases that were given to TPOA to match in this resolution as well. Staff's available for any questions.
Thank you. Any members of the council have comments or questions? I don't see any. Any members from the public who wish to speak?
This is Andy Porchak, just again, to speak up because everybody's intimidated to speak up or anything, especially police or fire matters. I'm very happy you paying all this money. I couldn't study the thing because it wasn't on the internet again. Maybe today, but I did not read the prints out there today. Anyway, so it's very important, to pay more and more money, even people who doesn't even, police officers yet, pay their benefits and pay everything. Of course, it's easy for you to do because you raising every fees, every taxes, from the electric bills to everything goes up. People stealing in grocery store, now everything is doubled. Nobody catches the criminals, but we have police officers well paid and well paid trainees. Thank you very much.
Anyone else from the public who wish to speak? If not, City Clerk, may I have a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor. This is resolution number 2024-09, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending resolution number 2023-06, setting forth changes regarding the hours, wages, and working conditions for police trainee and fire recruit effective February 11th, 2024.
I make a motion to approve resolution 2024-09.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Shake absent.
Thank you. Item 9G from the city manager. Is there a staff presentation?
Thank you, Mayor. Your Honor, members of the City Council, Carl Zwizar, the City Manager's Office. Item 9G, in response to an oral request by Mayor Chen with Council concurrence, it is the recommendation of the City Council that 1, consider and approve reinstatement of membership with the League of California Cities, and if so, 2, appropriate $35,522.75 from the General Fund's fund balance, the City Council's fiscal year 2023-24 operating budget. Back in 2022 of October, an item was brought forth to your honorable body to consider discontinuing membership to League of California Cities, in which that motion did carry. And then recently on February 6th, the mayor received that concurrence to bring it back, this item for further discussion to reconsider rejoining the league. It's been over a year since we discontinued membership with the leagues of California cities. And we did reach out to city departments to get a better understanding on the impact of the discontinuation. For clarification, as non-member of the league, we are still able to participate in educational programs. However, we do pay essentially a premium cost that's generally about $1,000 more than the member rate in order to attend these events. And that could be from a conference or a webinar or another type of event. However, events that are either roundtable discussions or they're regional-based events, unfortunately, we're not able to participate in those events. A lot of our departments do participate in the professional development opportunity that's offered through the league, but because of that premium cost, it does become a cost prohibition for us to be able to send multiple employees. So generally, we do have to send either one or not participate at all. And the League of California Cities does have quite a bit of different professional development programs that are to cater to our different expertise within our departments. So that is one of the impacts, as well as from a legislation standpoint, they're pretty active in providing cities guidance in terms of certain positions on certain legislation bills at the state level. Because we're not members, we are no longer able to access that resource. However, we are utilizing our state consulting Gonzalez and Sons to kind of fill in that void. If your honorable body does decide to reinstate the membership with Cal Cities, the costs are as follows. Essentially, it's a two-part fee. $34,079 would be for the main state membership, and then there's a $1,443.75 membership fee for the LA County division of the Cal Cities organization. So that would be a combined total of $35,522.75 that essentially council will have to appropriate so we can proceed with that membership fee. Staff is available for any questions.
Thank you. Looks like Councilman Griffiths has a comment or a question.
Yeah, no surprise on this one. First, I just want to say I'm really disappointed that no one of my colleagues approached me to discuss this potential about FACE, knowing how strongly I feel about it. So I'm a little disappointed in that. But first, I want to just kind of go a little historical on this. For the past 3.5 years, I personally have volunteered my time with a volunteer organization I founded called California Cities for Local Control. Before I continue, I want to recognize somebody in the audience. Jeff Kiernan in the back is the director of the LA division of Cal Cities, and I've known and respected Jeff for many, many years, and I appreciate you taking the time to come out here tonight. So I founded this organization to fight the protection of local controls for cities in response to the slew of bills that were being passed by the state legislature that have consistently eroded all cities' rights to manage their own land use and zoning, including Torrance, obviously. One of the significant things we noticed is that the statewide organization Cal Cities has absolutely failed to fight for cities in this important matter. And after I and others have tried working with Cal Cities to no avail, that's when I had asked for us to discontinue our membership to express our city's displeasure with Cal Cities' failures to advocate for stronger positioning on the continuing onslaught of state bills that erode our local control of land use and zoning, and which, especially as a charter city, is constitutionally protected aspect of our local governments. It's the organization's mission statement specifically states that they are here to expand and protect local control for cities. And the fact that they failed to follow their own mission statements tells me a little bit about the organization that's very concerning to me. And I realize that we miss out on a couple of things, but many of those things we can still do as non-members and have done. Secondly, very few of our council members, in fact, take advantage of many of the programs and sessions offered by Cal Cities. even when we were members. And thirdly, I just think that, sometimes a small sacrifice is worth taking a stand for something you believe in. And that's why I did this in the first place. I got full unanimous support when we did this a little over almost a year and a half ago. And in my opinion, nothing has changed as far as Cal Cities go. And I really feel that it's important to take a stand on something that's important to us. We all believe here, it's been said many times, that we are strongly opposed to the attacks on the local control that's been happening here. I think we can get almost everything that Cal Cities offers us in other ways. We have hired state and federal legislative analysts that can do a lot of the work that we might have otherwise leaned on Cal Cities for. We have a lot of resources, including other organizations, some of which we're members of and some of which we're not, that we could join in with and maintain our dignity as far as what we believe in. And so for those reasons, I certainly urge my colleagues to continue to support the ban on being a member for Cal Cities at this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If you felt, that, you were insulted for not checking with you, I apologize. In my opinion, coming back to the council for consideration, I think our statement's been heard, and I think that 1 year leaving the Cal Cities, our message is heard, and I think that's why I brought this item back for consideration for the council, for the new, for the existing council, potentially 1 or 2 new council members, staff members. I think continuous learning is good, whether we choose to go to a conference or not. We make those decisions. And I just asked to bring it back so that each of us could make a sound decision. Do we want to continue to send a message, or I believe the message is already heard? 2, I think our staff has shared with me some feedback. There are opportunities that they can gain. So I think I want to give our staff the opportunity to gain from being a member as well. That is how I came to this, and there was really no one tugging at me. I actually thought, it's January. This is the time to think about should we join or not. So that's how I came to this. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I was at the League of California Cities event when we felt ignored, and pardon?
It wasn't just that.
I believe that, I also believe the message has been sent. I did have the opportunity to speak with several staff members, and one conversation important resonated with me very much when our legal department said that they were excluded from something they thought was important to attend to. And I think with a lot of the litigation coming down and requirements coming down, I think that's very important that we have access to some of these opportunities. And if there's any staff that would like to speak to that, please do so now. But I will be supporting this, although I am cautiously doing so because I do want to feel supported by our membership, but I also want to be supportive of the staff and the value that they say they get from being involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the council wants to comment on this before we go to the public? Thank you, Councilwoman Kalani. And we'll go to the public. Anyone from the public who wish to speak? You have 1 minute.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jeff Kiernan. As Councilmember Griffiths noted, I am the regional manager for the League of California Cities here in the South Bay. And I'm back tonight to encourage the city to rejoin Cal Cities as the leading advocacy organization for cities across California. 476 of the 482 cities in California are members of Cal Cities, and I believe you and your city staff would benefit from the resources, networking, and advocacy opportunities that membership would grant you. Torrance was previously a very active member of Cal Cities, with city staff and elected officials frequently attending our conferences and webinars. And I noted even tonight on item 9C that you had mined our website for some resources there. Torrance was also always one of the most prolific in the region when it came to making use of Cal Cities action alerts and sample letters when writing positions on legislation. Between when I started in this role in 2010 and the time Torrance left Cal Cities in 2022, Eleanor Jones, who retired from the city manager's office in 22, produced more than 400 letters to let.
Thank you, Jeff. I need to rudely tell you your time is up. Thank you, but your message is heard, though. Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak?
Ms. Henry, I agree with Councilman Mike Griffiths on this matter. They haven't listened in the past. You said you send them a message. How do you know they received the message and that they're going to change their behavior? On top of that, you're spending how much? $35,522.75 out of the general fund for this? You better have some insurance. You get something in return.
Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item?
This is Porchop again. I was very happy when you get rid of this organization at the first place, when I talk against them, because as my mother-in-law says, they are useless than tits on the board, So anyway, unfortunately, they're coming back like, fly on the, what. So I don't know what happened in the meantime, That shows you, by the way, you decided something you don't want. Then you go back like a 5-year-old kid and, maybe I changed my mind. These people are useless. They're only making good for themselves, and good for $35,000 a year from each city, 468 cities. Get your calculator out. Who's benefiting from this bullshit? Are we too dumb to make decisions or advocate for ourselves? We need $35,000 spent.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak? If not, I'll bring it back to the council. Looks like Councilman Griffith, you got something to say?
Yes, I do, sir. A question of staff. Is our membership in the Cal Cities, I think there's a side effect with NLC. Can anyone touch on that?
Councilmember Griffiths, yes, so in order for us to be members of the National League of Cities, we have to be members of Cal Cities. So that was one of the points that was discussed back in 2022 is by discontinuing the membership with Cal Cities, we would also forfeiting our membership with National League of Cities. So we're still able to participate in National League of Cities events. We just pay the non-member fee.
And so if this were to pass and we rejoin the Cal Cities organization, would we also be rejoining NLC?
That is correct. And then.
And what would the fee for that be?
We would have to request a quote from NLC and then come back to your honorable body for approval of that reinstatement of membership.
Just for full transparency, I think it's important for everyone to know the fee for NLC is an additional $10,000 to $11,000 per year. And so I want to make sure that if you understand what you're voting for, it's not just $35,000, it's more like $45,000 if you want to include NLC in the picture. And I still stand up here today and say that there hasn't been but a very few things that we can't do with Cal Cities as non-members that we could as members. In fact, in as far back a history as staff was able to go for me, they've only found that one person from our whole city has ever participated in a Cal Cities committee, and only 25 people in 4 years from our city have attended a Cal Cities event. That's a very low participation. And to spend the money just to say we're members of this organization who doesn't respect and support our desire to protect local control, which is their stated mission statement. It's like saying, yeah, let's join the XYZ party just because we want to be like everybody else. I think it's important to take a stand on something we believe in, and that's why I feel so strongly about this. And I continue to advocate that we continue to be non-members until we see some progress from Cal Cities towards improving their position for protecting cities. And I'm not looking at you, Carlos, because I'm upset with you. I just think that this is absolutely the wrong thing to do at this time. And I think the proof is in the pudding with Cal Cities. They need to prove to us that they're going to actually do what they say, and they're not, as far as the protection of local control from land use and zoning. And that's such an important thing that we're getting beat up and killed every single year that goes by, but by more and more bills that are coming out of Sacramento that Cal Cities is not fighting against. Very, very light. And they're still not. And they still have yet to recognize the ballot initiative to return local control, the Our Neighborhood Voices ballot initiative, or to even bring forward their own ballot initiative to show that they want to protect local control. And they've done neither. And it's been many years. And I don't know why we continue to give them more chances. We can join other organizations who are supportive of protecting local control. That's why I requested and we joined Independent Cities. And not a single person up here on this dais has attended any one of their events. Another organization that we should consider joining is Contract Cities. They do tremendous work, and work that all of us as council members and staff could benefit from. Those would be places where I think we'd be very welcome, and that they support protecting rights of cities from the issues of local control. And I don't know what's the deal here. We got to take a stand on something, and this is something. Obviously, I've devoted 3.5 years of my life fighting this issue, so it does mean a lot to me, and I hope my colleagues will support that.
Once again, I believe our message has been given. I think there's actually many of us, maybe, I don't know if you included, still attended Cal Cities and NLC conferences. So
I go to every single event.
Okay, so
I find it very valuable, and I can go as a non-member. No
right?
problem.
Can I finish talking?
Yes, you can.
Yeah. So that's one of the things I said. I believe we've given the message. So I think if you want to give a message and not be a member and still go, what is that message then, right? So I think we feel that there is a benefit. That's why we go. So that's why I said I believe we've shared the message, and I think, collectively, there will be a benefit. Now, if collectively someday in the future we believe it's not a benefit, we can opt out. So it's not like you're, tagged in forever. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for bringing this back. I fully understand your intention behind it. I think there's obviously benefits from the events. I think the presentations are great, or at least some of them are. I think over the years, I think the organization itself got comfortable in their position. I kind of compare it to the WWE, to where they're fighting, but they're not really fighting, I feel like they're fighting Sacramento, but kind of like WWE style, to where they're not really hitting Sacramento. Because if they were hitting Sacramento with a membership of their size, they should be hurting Sacramento a lot more, but they're not. So I feel almost like it's, they're telling us they're fighting, they're showing us they're fighting, but the results just aren't there. Sacramento has taken over local land use, and that's a dangerous path for any municipality. So, we kind of have to weigh out what the membership, it's not even the cost. It's not even the cost, because we opted out last year because we wanted to send a message, and I don't know if they really heard the message, quite honestly, because it doesn't seem like anything is getting done, so some of the updates we get are WWE style fighting. It's just a big smoke screen front just to show that they are fighting. Every city's writing those checks every year, but what do we get for that membership that goes above and beyond what you can do anyways without being members. So I know that you can attend, you have to pay the non-member price. Does it add up to about $46,000 a year? I don't know, probably not. Is there classes, courses, support that we don't get because we're non-members? I mean, those are the kind of things that I guess we have to weigh out. If it can maybe touch briefly on on what do we get that we cannot get by being non-members.
Councilman, if I may, again, without weighing in on the political advocacy
Yeah, yeah,
aspects, just from a staff perspective, there's been times when they have legislative updates. I think those happen on a quarterly basis, and we're precluded from those. There's.
I totally disagree with you. I just looked it
I'll
up
be
myself.
kicked out, Councilman. Again, I don't want
Let's
to
let him
argue
finish first.
I've been on a call where I've been called out that you're not a member. Please log off from this webinar. So, and I know there's some instances where staff has experienced that. So if Cal Cities has changed their policy, Mr. Kiernan's here and he can weigh in. Again, just telling you we've been in situations. Yes, we have attended all the conferences as a I belong to the city manager group, and I think I had to pay another $1,000. When you add them all up, this isn't really a financial consideration. It's more of a advocacy on a statewide level. Whether or not you think they're effective or not, that's within council's purview. But I know from staff perspective, there's subgroups that we've been unable to participate because we're not a dues-paying member. As a dues-paying member, we can attend their conferences and pay a non-membership fee. But as far as the webinars, the action alerts, now, maybe Councilman Griffiths, I can expand. If you belong to the PAC, maybe that's maybe Jeff can clarify, but as an individual who belongs to the Political Action Committee, I'm able to receive advocacy emails on my personal account, and I've been able to forward those. Whether or not that's a policy violation, I guess I'll find out if they kick me off the listserv. But until now,
Nobody knows.
yeah, until now, I've been able to at least get some of the advocacy information, and most of the information is public, but we don't get the letters that mind you, we get them from Gonzalez and Son, so we do have a source, full disclosure, and they are very effective. We also use Von Skoyek in Washington, D.C. This is just another tool for us, but not weighing in on the, whether or not they're local public interest organization and if they're meeting our needs. But if any other department heads have factual or anecdotal, please weigh in. This is the time.
Yeah, no, I'm all for sending a message, but, showing up at their events as non-members is not necessarily sending a strong message. We're still showing up. We're still technically supporting them. I'm reluctant to approve this because, to me, it shows a little bit of weakness, but we're already showing up. We're already using the services. I believe it sounds like we benefit from some of the member benefits, whatever you want to call it. So it's not even about the money. I just hope that, if we do join again, is that this organization and all the other organizations as well, because we're pointing the finger at one organization, but I just hope that they all realize that the cities do want local control, and that's what they're really looking for, an organization that's truly going to fight, not WWE's down. I mean, fight. Talking about organized lawsuits and whatever it is, and through PACs, elect people that don't come up with SB 35 and SB 50 and get everybody out of office that voted for that. Those are destructive legislation that strip away local control. So when you have an apartment building that comes up in a single family neighborhood, just think of all the people that voted for those individuals that voted for that particular law. So, elections have consequences, so I'll reluctantly support this, but it is reluctantly because I really do feel that not just this organization, but a lot of organizations have truly failed at what their mission statement is. So.
And Councilman, as Councilman Griffith said, you as council members, should we rejoin, I do encourage, including Mayor, to get involved on the policy committees. California is a big state, 400 some cities, and the viewpoints vary throughout the state and the regions. And one way where Cal City policies are implemented is at the committee level. And the passion that you all have for local control needs to be reflected on that statewide level with similar likely-minded cities to be able to impact the policies of the league. Mind you, they're just an advocacy group. There's a broader issue about the electorate at large, but that's one way. Should council join, I would encourage you as well as staff to get on respective policy committees to impact their decision-making.
And I think what you said is, city manager and Councilman Tucci, is that's what I observed and learned the last few years. Yes, we make a statement, but if we keep on going to the conferences, what is the statement we're really making? At the same time, if to join a committee, you can see a lot of the committee members who are in the committee, maybe from cities, much smaller too, and they don't have a lot of the issues we deal with. So we find ourselves, we're too busy to join a committee, but then the committee who makes the decisions are made by a small committee. And you bring up a good point. And then the other point you make is, I don't know if Cal Cities or NLC so far has elect people in the positions. At the end of the day, at least for Cal Cities, I don't think they elect people in the office. And sometimes our gripe is against elected officials. But if I feel there's a benefit educationally from going to these, I figure at least bring it up to the board to discuss. Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I did vote in 2022 to withdraw our membership in Cal Cities. I had only attended the Cal Cities event in Long Beach, but in some of the seminars that I attended, I did feel that our interests were left out. I do thank Councilmember Griffiths for pointing out that there's been a low level of participation by members of this council in Cal Cities. I also do believe, though, that, we can, like we did, we can pick up our marbles and go home. But at the same time, I believe that, at least for myself and in District 1, if I'm going to be involved in a group, I want to make sure that I'm representing the interests of my constituents, and I can only do that if I'm engaged in an organization. So I think that maybe in the past, the members on the council have taken membership in Cal Cities too lightly and haven't really dug in and gotten involved at a policy level and truly pushed and lobbied for our own Torrance policy positions as maybe we should have. But I do believe that if we're not involved, then we have absolutely zero say in the direction of Cal Cities. I do believe that's been my lesson attending the South Bay COG meetings, that if we have a place at the table, a seat at the table, that puts us in the center of policy decisions. So while I do believe that our withdrawal was sent a message, I think that now in perspective, we need to jump in. If we're going to make a change statewide and offset policies that are emanating from Northern California and impacting those of us in Southern California, it behooves each of us as members, if we do re-engage, to engage. And so I'm going to support re-upping our membership, but I will make a promise to my constituents that if we as a city become members again, I will be an active member, and I'll be reporting back to the constituents as to what effect that has, as well as for the rest of us here in the city of Torrance. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Kaji, for your commitment, and I'll do the same. But I just wanted to reconfirm it's a requirement if we rejoin the League of California Cities that we must join the NLC as well?
Council, if I may clarify, we were, Deputy City Manager Daley was checking, we actually paid for our NLC membership.
Okay.
We never officially pulled out of the NLC.
Okay.
So maybe there was some correlation between the two, but should council want us to reconsider our membership, we can. but I know we've attended there. That wasn't one of the,
Okay, so we're
directives
talking
by
about the
council.
35,000 today, not
right.
45,000.
We as a matter of practice, we bring back membership to all the different organizations belong. That's, if you want to look at it more broader, we can always bring that back for council consideration.
Okay, no, I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
The reason I want to bring it back early in the year is you pay for January to December, and I just want to get more bang for our buck. Councilman Griffiths.
Yeah, a couple more things here. The city manager made a comment about not being able to be part of a legislative briefing. In fact, right on the Cal City's website today, there's a legislative briefing that's coming up on March 5th. And it specifically says in the registration documentation, registration must be completed by Monday, March 4th. This webinar is complimentary to Cal City's members and Cal City's partners. Non-member cities and other government entities will be charged $150. So those webinars are available, as far as I've been able to know, for a non-member fee. Yeah, I'm also heard the comment about NLC that if we've already paid our membership, although it's my understanding that we had to pay higher fees, substantially higher fees, to attend NLC, even though we supposedly paid the membership. So now
We can't check, Councilman.
Yeah, so I'm
And ask a refund if that was the case.
I'm just, going on the history of this and previous councils, there's been very little participation in this organization, especially from our council. And I appreciate Councilmember Kaji's and anyone else's desire to get more involved. I think that's fantastic. I think I've attended every single NLC and Cal Cities event, both as a member and as a non-member. And you know what? Yes, we are making a statement, even if we continue to attend as non-members. Just because we attend doesn't mean that our statement isn't being made. Our statement is saying we're withholding our membership. We are disagreeing with your philosophy as an organization because you're not meeting your own mission statement. And yet, we're allowed to participate as a non-member, and we do, and we get out a lot of benefit from that. One of the things that I do that not many of my colleagues, I'm guessing, have the opportunity to, because I do it every single week. I'm speaking to local electeds all over the state of California and on the local control issue. And one of the things I've heard time and time again from many of the elected officials that I talk to, and they say, boy, we heard that Torrance pulled out of Cal Cities. We wish we had a council that was strong enough to make that type of a move. But unfortunately, their councils haven't been able to muster the nerve to do that and make that kind of a statement that we did. And yes, we did make a splash, and it is well noticed by people, and by the fact that if we go back into it, that will just basically say, everything's fine, you guys are doing okay, and we're happy. And you know what? If you guys vote to rejoin it, I challenge all of you to not just go to the events, but get on a committee and really represent the city and really get your money's worth out of this, because if you're not, then it's all a farce. Thank you.
Thank you. How does the council wish to proceed? Looking for a button? Councilwoman Lewis.
I think what City Manager Sparian said earlier is maybe we can just accept and file this for right now until the staff can bring back a list of all the memberships that we currently have. Because I'm feeling some hesitancy to move forward I'm sorry, now that Councilmember Kaji's there. I don't know if that's something.
We definitely could bring back memberships.
Why don't we let him take the motion first and see how it goes, and then if not, then we see what alternate actions we can take. That sound okay?
Okay, I'd like to make a motion that we consider reinstatement of our membership with the League of California Cities.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Griffiths voting no and Councilmember Shake absent.
Okay. All right. I guess he's taking a break. Any of you need a break? Okay. All right. Just like Councilman Kaji needed a short break. I just want him to come back. Okay? All right, we're almost there, right? I think. Item 9H from the City Manager and Community Service Director.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, John LaRock, Community Services. In 2023, the city restored the Torrance Dodger Day event, providing 1,000 discounted tickets to residents. Last year's tickets were acquired in 2 batches of 500 each, and the seats were spread across multiple sections for a game on Sunday, June 25th. For 2024, staff have advanced a possible Torrance Dodger Day ticket purchase with the LA Dodgers and a single grouping of 1,000 tickets. The game options for 2023 had an average per ticket cost of $32. For 2024, staff have identified 3 games with an average per ticket cost of $33. Option 1 is a game on Sunday, July 21st at 1:10 p.m. Option 2 is a game on Saturday, August 10th at 6:10 p.m. And option 3 is a game on Sunday, August 11th at 1:10 p.m. The tickets for all 3 game options are located on the third base side of the stadium to provide greater protection from the sunlight. In addition to the game day tickets, there are also 2 pre-game experiences available. The first is an on-field group photo opportunity in the outfield for 30 people at a cost of $200. The second is an on-field visiting team batting practice experience for 30 people at a cost of $500. It should be noted that batting practice for the visiting team begins approximately 90 minutes prior to the start of the game and lasts for approximately 60 minutes. Staff recommends that the city's community ticket resale price be $15, which was the 2023 pricing. City information for Dodger Day would again encourage the use of LA Metro LA Dodgers Express bus service, which could be connected to using Torrance Transit Line 13 and the Mary K. Giordano Regional Transit Center. Your honorable body may provide direction that staff purchase 1,000 tickets for one of the 3 game options, that staff purchase 1 or more pre-game experiences, and that the Torrance resident resale price be set at $15 per ticket. Thank you, and we're available for any questions.
Oh, that was fast, Councilman Kaji. Go ahead.
Director LaRock, what's the price for the on-field experience with Shohei Ohtani?
Unfortunately, Councilmember Kaji, the Dodgers are not making Mr. Ohtani available to any private groups at this time.
It'll probably be 2 more zeros after any of those. Just want to make sure. Are you finished or? Okay. I just want to make sure. I wasn't sure if you were finished. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just going to make a suggestion of a Sunday game, and last year we did the on-field just picture experience, right? Which everybody really enjoyed.
That is correct, Councilmember Kalani.
And I think it's a great thing, and everybody enjoyed it. And I think the difference that the city funds is just a wonderful way to spotlight the city across the world. Thanks.
Thank you. I think I'll give some of my opinion since no one else clicking in. I think the on-field picture is good. I actually think we should offer the tickets at the price we get them for. I think this is something I don't think we need to subsidize. It's a Dodger game, and there are probably other things we can subsidize. I'm sure there's another item coming up, and I think $33 for a Dodger game ticket is a good price. And batting cage or was the one pitching batting cage?
There is the pre-game visiting team batting practice experience for 30 people on the field at $500, or the, as Councilmember Kalani mentioned, the on-field photograph in the outfield that was purchased last year.
I'm leaning toward at-price ticket, the on-field picture. And with any of those games, do we have any idea at this moment who's pitching?
The Dodgers have not announced the rosters for those 3 games at this time.
They're making it hard for us, huh? Okay, then I'll leave it. I'll see what any of my colleagues think. I know I tried. I took the bus last time. I think I missed it just by a hair, but that's okay. That's okay. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, whether we subsidize or not, I'm open either way. But I'm assuming the 1,000 tickets is getting us a little bit of a break off the face value. Do you know what?
That's correct.
Yeah. What's the actual face value of those tickets?
It's about 50% higher.
How much?
15% higher.
15%
Yes, sir.
higher. Okay.
And it gives us access to those 2 on-field experiences if we wish to purchase them.
Very good. Very good. Good. All right. That's all I got. Thank you.
Councilman Kaji.
Mr. LaRock, are we limited to 1,000 tickets?
No, Councilmember Kaji, we can purchase any amount that we wish at your direction. We just want to make sure that we can keep the seating contiguous for the group.
I believe that this year there'll be tremendous demand for tickets to Dodger Stadium, and I'm just speculating right now, but I believe that we are going to see a big influx of interest this particular season. So we can always increase the number. That's correct.
Councilmember Kaji, we can purchase additional tickets as we did last year, but as we found last year, the secondary purchase or thereafter does not guarantee that all the Torrance attendees are seated in the same section. So if that's not a concern, we can absolutely come back after we have hopefully sold out the initial 1,000 and seek direction on additional purchase.
All right, thank you.
Mr. LaRock, do you recall we actually bought a second purchase last year, right? What was our total last year?
We sold 1,000 tickets last year, Mayor.
Okay, so we started with 500 and then we bought another 500.
Correct. We bought 500 in February. We then bought a subsequent 500 in April.
Okay, so this time you're saying let's buy 1,000 up front. Okay, so it depends on you want the sun side or the shade side, I think.
We're hoping to keep everyone on the shade side.
I was on the sun side. It was pretty warm. Okay, any other members of the council have any comments to make or questions? I think I have to go to the public before you make your motion. Anyone from the public who wish to speak?
James Henry. Since Dodger tickets are selling at $15 and there are only 1,000 tickets being sold, what happens if the amount of tickets exceed 1,000? And is it a first come, first serve, or is there going to be a lottery system being imposed so everyone has an equal chance? It is called equity.
Mayor Chen, last year we sold the tickets first come, first served through our registration office. We had no trouble issuing the tickets or accommodating everyone who did call. We had a very short waiting list, but ultimately we fulfilled 1,000 ticket orders in about 3.5 months. So with 1,000, we would expect to hopefully fulfill that many as per Councilmember Kaji and the popularity of the Dodgers this season. And again, we can always return and request authority to buy more tickets if necessary.
Did you say that? Oh, okay, we can return to buy more tickets. However, if you don't sell them, then what happens?
We eat those tickets.
Okay. So
Mayor, and also point of clarification, we opened up to city staff last year once we exhausted the resident sales.
okay, so it turned out Torrance residents were first, and then staff if we need to sell more tickets. So and it was based on first come first serve. It was about as fair as you can make it, right? And then each person who made a purchase, I think we're up to limited 3 tickets, something like that.
We limited it to 6 tickets maximum per household. Yeah.
Right.
once we
So
verify
somebody can't
residency.
buy 50 tickets and then.
Correct. We're prohibiting brokers from buying and
Exactly. I
selling.
just want to make sure I mention that because it was asked last year. All right, anyone else from the public who wish to speak?
Hi, this is Andy Porchop again. My doctor recommended exercise, and I think I pre-exercise for this game. Now, I don't have a college degree, but call me stupid. So you're buying 1,000 tickets for $33 each, and then you're selling it $15 each. Just repeat, just so it sinks in. You're buying tickets for $33 each and selling it for $15 each. I was very excited because I had the idea. I used to sell junk, you know, I was a flea market vendor. Here is the time for me to make some dough. But now if I can just buy 6 of them, that's nothing. That's just stupid and wasted money of the taxpayers. Remember, waste.
Just to clarify, Mr. Rock, the 6 tickets, they also have to be Torrance residents.
That's correct. We verified that when they contacted
Okay, just want to make sure everyone knows the policy. Okay, anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item?
Hello, everybody. I've been watching from home, so I just got here. Anyways, I think it's a good idea. I would caution, though, that when you tell people that I know I was a mini plan holder for, 8 years, up until a couple of years ago. My schedule got a little busy, so I couldn't make all the games. Anyways, basically for a Dodger dog, a fry cup, and a souvenir drink, it was 2 years ago, $23. So you might want to tell people to eat beforehand because, you know, the money you save on the ticket, you know, I'm just letting, just an FYI. And all the Dodger people out there, Dodger Nation, I would like to encourage all of you to vote for Steve Garvey for U.S. Senate. He's, I think he'll make a good one. So, Steve Garvey.
Okay, I need to ask you to stay on topic here. Okay. Yeah. All right. Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak? Okay. How does the council wish to proceed? Councilwoman Lewis, looks like you want to make a motion.
I do. I think this is a wonderful opportunity for Torrance and families to come together and enjoy a special night. And I also know that we're trying to get Mr. Otani to come to Torrance, and maybe we can take some signs with us. So I'm going to make a motion and to approve the recommendation of the City Manager and Community Services Director on Dodger tickets.
Actually, I think he needs more than that. He needs to know
which game,
which game, and which
tickets for
and
your
any
sale price.
options.
Yeah.
And do you want to subsidize the ticket costs?
Which games? Okay, which game? I think Red Sox. Okay, I guess the Red Sox. And yes, I think we should subsidize the tickets. I think that would be a wonderful way for us to bond as a community at a game, and $1,000 and resale at $15 a piece. I think I covered everything.
And the on-field photograph opportunity? Okay.
Second.
Start voting, please.
I will be a team player, even though I still think we should have went with the $33 ticket.
That motion carries with both Councilmember Shake and Griffiths absent.
Okay. Item 9I from the Community Service Manager. Is there a staff presentation?
Thank you, Your Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, John LaRock, Community Services. Tonight's report is to seek Council's direction regarding the city's presentation of a July 4th holiday fireworks show. The cost of a pyrotechnic vendor to shoot fireworks is within the approval authority of the City Manager and Community Services Department and is included in the adopted 23-24 budget. Costs for a police department to secure the Civic Center as well for calls for service are lower due to the holiday falling on a weekday this year. Given the necessary timing to promote and plan for the July 4th holiday, it is a recommendation of staff that the City Council provide direction on whether or not to hold a fireworks display on Thursday, July 4th at the Civic Center. It should be noted that staff continues to monitor drone technology and costs. For example, in 2023, the City of Redondo Beach provided a drone show in lieu of fireworks. However, they have decided to return to providing fireworks in 2024. That concludes our report, and we're available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any members of council have comments or questions? Councilwoman Lewis.
What kind of fireworks is our vendor using? I know there's some fireworks that are better for the environment than others. Is that something that we've looked into?
Councilmember Lewis, I don't have the technical specifications of the chemical mix they use to make the fireworks. All I know is that they do have to comply with multiple federal regulations as well as approval by our fire department and specifically the fire marshal. But we certainly can provide that research from last year's technical specs and ask the vendor for any updates on that if you wish to receive that.
Yes, I think that would be environmentally conscious of us to look into what types of fireworks are available. And I know that this is another community event that people love, and so I'd love to see it move forward.
Councilman Matucci. I was blending Kalani and Matucci, but that would have been bad.
Cantucci, all right. I too definitely support the show. I think it's a great event. Although I do wish that we could, start exploring taking it back to Wilson Park. I think that was so much fun with the music, the vendors. I think it's just something that, I don't know, a lot of people just look forward to it, especially the kids. But you make it an all-day event, something. Not for this year. I know it takes a lot of planning, but I really do hope that we, thank God, right?
Actually, Councilmember Matucci, if I may, the city's fire marshal has actually negated Wilson Park as a firing location because the development around the park itself now encompasses what is considered the safe radius zone for fireworks shooting. So they actually technically wouldn't approve us to shoot fireworks from the park. So if in the future we went to a different type of display, like a drone show, that would then allow us to move into any park space like Wilson.
But weren't those homes there before, or did they change the law?
It's actually the Scrock development primarily that now enters the radius zone.
So we can tear it down?
No comment.
No comment. Darn. Okay. Well, I mean, if we can explore other locations, 190th. Let's see where. No, that wouldn't work either. There's townhomes there and everything. Never mind. But if we can explore a location to where we can set up like we did, similar to Wilson Park, that'd be great. But, all right, thank you.
Yeah, it's called Casa Matucci. Okay, anyone else from the council? Anyone from the public wish to speak on this item?
Yeah, fireworks in Southern California, in California actually, has long been controlled by organized crime. Fire chief over there can tell you about W. Patrick Moriarty and how he was real big in the state of California, even in Torrance, definitely in Carson. Anyway, the organized crime element is something that if you want to support, go right ahead. You'll look at the bidding that was done on your fireworks show. There are only a limited number of fireworks public display vendors. They all happen to have a last name beginning with an S and ending with an A, or so it seems. And I can give you his phone number, so when you're taking proposals, you're bidding with the same family. Okay, and I can tell you more about the radius, Matucci, when you want to hear about it.
Thank you, sir. I'm learning more and more each day. Go ahead.
I'm in favor of it. I don't want a drone show. And I was thinking, why don't, Victor Park or Victor School? I mean, you can stage them at the school and put everybody in the park. I don't know. That's an area that you might, I don't know if that's in the radius, but it's an idea. But I'm glad you guys want to do it. I would love it to see something like we did at Wilson Park. So, I don't know, maybe there's a workaround. I don't know, is there exception that can be made at Wilson Park? I mean, why don't you do some schmoozing or pay a deposit in case something happens? I don't know. Think outside the box.
Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak? I think he's coming.
Hi, it is Andy Porchop. You might know, you might see me. I'm a United States citizen because I went to school, and one of my favorite things is the fireworks. You know, America is known for apple pie and fireworks. I'm totally ashamed that even this question comes up, fireworks or no fireworks. I mean, it's fireworks. There is just nothing around it, you know, and that's a shame we even have to talk about it. And just so you know, last year, from curiosity, I went to the drone show in Redondo Beach. That was laughable. That was laughable. That was so sad. I almost cried. What become of America? And the private guy, who died, unfortunately, had a great fireworks show out on the ocean.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Okay. Anyone else from the public who wish to speak? All right. How does the council wish to proceed?
Motion to approve a fireworks show.
Second.
Start voting, please. That motion carries with council members Griffiths and Shake absent.
All right. 10A, closed public hearing. We already did that. There are no agency agenda, no second ordinance reading. And I'm going to proceed to oral communications number 2 now, because after this, we're going to go back to closed session. Am I correct? Are we going back to closed session after this?
That's correct,
Okay.
Mayor.
All right. Moving on to oral communications number 2. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comment not on the agenda. Under Ralph M. Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, or request clarification, or refer the item to staff. Speakers on oral communications are limited to oral communications 1 or oral communications 2, and limited no longer than 1 minute per speaker. Time starts when you come up to the microphone. If you're presenting items, please provide 11 copies to the city clerk. Do we have anyone from the public who has not spoken in oral communications number 1? It's 9:41. We have 15 minutes max.
Okay, I'm going to try and do this really quick. Okay, I've been preaching all year long about voting. Everybody should have gotten their ballots, and I'm hoping that people in TV land hear me say this. We talk about local control, and the only way we're going to get local control is to get control of Sacramento. And it starts here. It's a small start, but we can do it. So I would like to encourage people out there. George Barks for the 66th member of the State Assembly.
Man.
What, I can't say that? Yes or no? Because I'm running out of time.
City Attorney, can you help me with that?
She has a First Amendment right to express herself, but the city has codes against campaigning on city property.
Okay, I would just like to encourage people to go the way I was talking and vote a Republican ticket.
Ma'am, go ahead. You know, your time is up. You could tell him that.
Oh, gosh.
Okay. Anyone else from the public who wish to speak? Sorry. We got your message, though. We got your message.
Yes, my comment has to do with radiuses, because you asked, I'll make it real short. I'm not talking about anything that's already been discussed, but if you drop the size of your shells down in diameter, the radius becomes smaller. If you do low levels,
Sir, that was an agenda item.
No, I'm just talking about radiuses.
Then why are you telling us?
Because it's my time. It's my 1 minute.
But you're talking about the radius of the fireworks.
I didn't say fireworks, did I?
Come on, sir.
Okay, Matucci, we'll talk about it.
You can have a one-on-one offline. Thank you. Anyone else from the public who wish to speak? Okay, let's come back to the council.
Hi, this is Andy Porchop.
Wait, Andy, you spoke on oral communications number 1. Yeah. I'm still awake, man. Okay, Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to report that I attended the Day of Remembrance event at the Gardena Valley Japanese Cultural Institute, and I appreciate the presentation of a movie on the Japanese community that once existed on Terminal Island. The Day of Remembrance is held every February 19th to commemorate the day that President Franklin Roosevelt signed Executive Order 9066, which led to the incarceration of over 120,000 Japanese Americans and Japanese non-citizens. Since that time, it's been held on an annual basis. Next, I wanted to also respond to a constituent inquiry regarding the situation ongoing in Gaza. As I watch the news, as many of you do, the ongoing fighting on the ground in Gaza has created a humanitarian nightmare for the residents. So I do wish to register my hope that there will be a ceasefire shortly, so that for those residents, they'll be able to get some relief. Lastly, looking ahead to the rest of this month, I've been asked to serve on a panel discussion at the University of Southern California, which will highlight the entry of Japanese companies into the U.S. following World War II. So I'll be on a panel with some of my fellow speakers, including the former CEO of Sony PlayStation, to talk about how Sony entered the U.S. market, and also another friend whose father introduced sushi into the United States. I'll be talking about the entry of Toyota Motor Sales here into the South Bay. So I'm looking forward to that and meeting with the students. Other than that, thank you for your return. I wasn't looking forward to serving as Mayor Pro Tem tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. Since we won't be back until March 12th, I just want to remind everyone that March 8th is International Women's Day. And I'd like to take a moment just to recognize all the amazing women in the world, and especially those amazing women here in Torrance, both past and present, and the young women leaders of the future. So remember that favorite woman in your life on March 8th. Give her a hug, give her a call, and I wish you all a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Lewis.
I just want to let Councilmember Shake know, who's probably at home watching us and asking a lot of questions about what we've done tonight. a very painless and quick healing and return. You're still in our prayers.
Councilman Matucci.
I have nothing tonight. Good night, everyone.
Okay, it's my turn. I'd just like to share that City Manager Ron Shapar and I just returned last night from Taiwan. We were there roughly 8 days, visit 6 major cities on the west coast of Taiwan, visit all the city leadership, mayor and deputy mayors, and we actually met one of the person that used to be head of Sony Taiwan, who is in the startup, a company called Steady Beat, and I think it was a good trip. We saw a few startups that may have potential, and they're interested in coming to our city of Torrance. We're planning a conference in June. Hopefully, they will all come, and we really gave a good pitch. I appreciate city staff for putting materials for us together. I know Jen is sitting there, Sunny is somewhere, and others that I don't know who all contributed to making such good marketing material. And I think every photo we had with either mayor, deputy mayor, or new business had our Torrance brochure on there. So it was actually we covered a lot of ground, would you say? And we used every mode of transportation. You're talking about 150 miles per hour high-speed rail, regular rail, Uber works well, taxi, and foot, and so I think it was a good opportunity for staff to see how other countries and city operate, their infrastructure, their building codes, their roads, and what can and cannot be done. I think there are things we learn, we share, and hopefully there will be some fruits of our labor in the days ahead. And we're able to participate in our Friendship City, Tainan, celebrate their 400th anniversary back when they started. I think it was 1624, we are told, and when they're occupied by Dutch. So tomorrow, I will be holding my second Mayor's Community meeting. We will be here at 6 p.m. for those who want to join us. We'll give an update on what's going on in the city of Torrance. So I invite anyone who wants to join us, please come. And a lot of us know Election Day is March 5th. I wish the best for all the candidates running. And we will wait for the results and see who will be serving. Some, I'm sure, will be serving together. And press hard. It's the final week. And thank you very much. We will now return to closed session. Thank you very much. We have returned from closed session. City Manager, anything to report out?
Nothing to report, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, I'll take a motion to adjourn tonight's council meeting.
Make a motion to adjourn tonight's council meeting.
To Tuesday, March 12th. That's what you're trying to get at. Okay.
Tuesday, March 12th.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Lewis voting no and Councilmember Shake absent.
Good night, everybody. It's before 11 p.m.